I like decoration battle quite a lot. One of my favorites. Hey, there's my mouse. Hello. So yeah. You probably already know what this is, but I'm going to explain it again anyway. This is the Touhou sorter. I do a lot of these. I haven't done one in a while. The last one I actually did, as you can see here, is the one where I just hit the button and everybody was number 1. Because, yes. Do another sorter. Okay, I found the button. So let me just, you know, remove PC 98 duplicates, but keep the boys in. All right. Okay. So here we are. So last time as well, I told Chot to take a guess. Take a guess as to what my top 10 will be. You know, see how many you get right. Now, that's not a hard guess for the most part, if you know me. If you know anything about me, you can probably guess at least one character who is going to be in my top 10. But, you know, some of it might change. Who knows? The reason I want to do this sorter is because recently we just did all of the Omake stuff. And the Omake stuff was a lot of extra characters, characterization for characters that some of them I didn't know about. And it kind of made me think about other characters. And also, of course, it's been a while as well, and I've been exposed to different forms of media. And my own personal thoughts, of course. And, you know, sometimes you just think about a character more than usual, and it opens up a new gateway, I suppose. So, without further ado, here we go. Streamer, who do you like between these? Oh, yeah, by the way. So, as everyone knows, I don't click the tie button because the tie button is for pansies. You either like a character more than the other, that you don't like them so equally that you press the tie button. Anyone who presses the tie button is a weenie. Some bullshit. But anyway, these are two characters that exist, and I don't really like either of them. Now, Eden has had a lot more time to be a character, but I also just don't really like Lunarians in general. And Nemono, it's not that I really have a problem with Nemono herself, it's just the little characterization she has doesn't do anything for me, and every other aspect of her character isn't really... The fuck was that? What was that fart noise? Wait a minute, what was that? Hold on. Back up, Jack. What was that? Huh? That... Huh? Well, okay. That wasn't part of the song. I think that was just my thingy. Fuck it up. Alright. I've never heard that before, but alright, it's fine. So anyway, yeah, Nemono hasn't really done anything, and her physical appearance, her personality, there's not really much there of my interests. Eden I used to like, but that was before I read Silent Sinner and Blue lol. Nah, just... You know, the character kind of ended up rubbing me the wrong way after a while because she's just so, like... It's like every time Eden opens her mouth to speak, it's like, oh, you're right, that is what's happening. It's like she wrote the fucking story with how accurate her deductions are. And of course, she's perfect Lunarian and likes to remind people about how Lunarians are so much better than the people on Earth that she lives among. But yeah, so I'm not really a fan of Lunarians in general. But at least between these two, I would honestly say I like Eden a little better, if only because her character has had some moments for me in my life, whereas Nemono has not done anything for me at all. Alright, number 2. Satori and Momiji. So, I think that you'll be hard-pressed to find anyone who says they dislike Momiji. There's probably a lot of people who would consider her a very top pick. And I would say she's pretty great, don't get me wrong. However, as most of you know, I am very fond of the Marshmallow Girl for reasons that I can't really properly explain. I don't know, I just think she's soft. But, you know, I like her attitude, I like her look, I like her, I just like her, alright? I just like her. I like her more than her sister, that's for sure. Like, immensely more than her sister. Which is interesting because I like Vermilion and Flandre roughly the same amount, with Vermilion being a little bit more. But when it comes to Satori and Koishi, I don't really feel anything towards Koishi, but I like her sister a lot. It's strange. I don't know. She's a marshmallow, I guess. Alright, so I included PC98 characters because there are some PC98 characters I like, but there's also a lot of PC98 characters like this who don't really exist. Let me tell you something, chat. If you ever see like a character like Rukoto at the top of somebody's sorter, they are trying really hard. If you've ever seen a tier list, here's how tier lists work. When you're making a tier list on things and you want interaction, the goal is to make something that conforms to many people's majority opinions, but has 1 or 2, maybe 3 different iterations or implements in it that are like spicy enough to actually warrant engagement. Otherwise, who the fuck cares, right? It's like if I ran a tier list for Touhou characters and I had like fucking if I had like Mimi-chan and like top 10, like that would very much be like why is that character top 10 for you, right? That character's only there because it would make people want to engage with the tweet. You know, it's all about farming social interaction. It's not because I like the character, it's because putting that character there will cause so much confusion that people will want to talk to me. Alright? That's how it works. That's how it works. You see it all the time with fighting game tier lists. You see top tier, high tier, and it's all the same fucking characters that everyone agrees upon, except there's like 1 mid tier or 2 mid tiers in there that are in high tier, and people are like, well, I mid tier and high tier. It's because it makes the tier list, you know, it makes people actually want to talk about it. That's all. Influencers. Anyway, both of these characters, I don't particularly care about either of them. Rukoto's not even really a character. And Misumaru, she's like incredibly important to the lore because she made Rainbow's Balls, but she doesn't really do anything for me. She just kind of stands there and looks at me, and she's like a basketball joke. That's about it. That's about it, really. That's it. So, yeah. This is one of those things that it's just like, I don't like either of these characters, but this is at least a character. Well, okay. Now, listen to me. I don't hate Ebisu. I really don't. I don't care about her. But I gotta say, the Omake was kind of nice to her, even if it got her name different. I liked the characterization she got. Meanwhile, this character right here still ceases to be any character like at all. This character, Mai and Satono, are so boring and so underdeveloped that like I just don't see the appeal. Eika, on the other hand, you know, she's not really developed either, but her Omake opened my eyes, and I kind of feel for her, you know. She's a sweetheart. She's a sweetheart. Chirbo and Kongara. Now, once again, Kongara is not really a character. The funny thing about PC98 is that PC98 exists within its own bubble of canon. However, even within PC98, Touhou 1 exists within its own bubble within its own bubble. So all the events in Touhou 1 aren't related to Touhou 2, but the events of Touhou 2, 3, 4, and 5 aren't related to Touhou Windows. So it's like a bubble within a bubble. So Touhou 1 characters are extra forgotten. Except Mima, of course, and Reimu if you count her. But, you know, there's a lot of cool character designs in there. Like Kongara. She's neat. But I gotta say, I have never been the biggest Chirbo fan, right? I've never been the biggest Chirbo fan, but I've never hated her. I don't think I would say she's my least favorite fairy. But when I think about those little gremlins, Chirbo is not like, she can be the first character I think of, but she's not my favorite one, you know? Again, not to say I dislike her, but there are other fairies that exist that I think I like more. So Marissa and Shinmyomaru. Alright, well, you know, the funny thing about this is I don't really like either of these characters. Now, okay, listen. I don't care about Shimmy. I really don't. Soup twat. But Marissa has always been a character I've never particularly cared about either. I think she's funny, she's a meme, she's goofy, and she's obviously popular. But when I think of Marissa, I just kind of like, yeah, that's the character. Like, I feel pretty much nothing about her. I don't mind her, mind you. I think she's a fine character. It's just a lot of the aspects of said character don't do anything for me is all. She's fallen and she can't get up, yeah. But Shimmy, on the other hand, I don't know. I don't really care about Shimmy. I guess I just think every time she shows up, she ends up being a bit obnoxious to me. And as I said some time ago, the Omake stuff, like her entire relationship with Seija is based on a lie, and I just don't like that. And I don't really like Shimmy that much either. So my opinion of those two characters went down pretty heavily. That's for sure. That's for sure. Sariel and Kaneko. Well, okay, so much like again with the Omake, Kaneko got some characterization in there that I thought was neat. With why she came against Okio, which is something I already knew, but not to the level of detail, you know, that she ended up going through. Her plans, you know, she's a mastermind of sorts. She gets involved in 17.5, but she barely, she barely, like, actually did anything in 17.5, despite being a part of it. So, Kaneko's always been a character that I don't really like, to begin with. Kaneko, especially, when a lot of characters get grouped up into, with their like, you know, certain other characters. So, in Kaneko's case, she always gets grouped up with Suiko and Sanai. And, as you know, Kaneko is far from the most popular of those three. In fact, I would say the gap between her and the second most popular is quite wide, but you'd have to check the popularity polls to confirm that. So, Kaneko was always a character I didn't really like, because I just felt like she got name dropped a lot, but she was never actually directly involved in things. But then when she finally got involved in 17.5, I don't feel like she did anything substantial or added anything to the plot. So I was kind of disappointed with that, I suppose. But I wouldn't say I hate her. I wouldn't even say I dislike her that much anymore. I think I'm just alright with her. But at the same time, I don't think I like her any more than some of the other characters that I, you know, already like. That's a big gap. Lay it on me. What's the gap between Kaneko and second place between those three? I'm sure it's big. I'm sure it's big because Kaneko appeals to a very niche demographic, and because she barely shows up to begin with, it's kind of hard for her to even like sell her appeal, you know? But anyway, 22 to 78. Who's 22? Is that Suiko? Jesus Christ, that's... How many places is that? Is that 56 places? 56 places between Kaneko and Suiko. 56? 56? Wow. Sariel, on the other hand, not really a character at all. She's just an angel of death, which is pretty cool. So this is one of those instances where I think the design of a character kind of overpowers everything else for me, because I really do like Sariel's design and concept, even though there's not much to her. I wouldn't say she's like top 10 material, but if you're talking like, and you're talking in terms of just like physical design, I think Sariel is capable of, or like potentially one of the coolest designs that has been ever made, personally. And while Kaneko is definitely more of an important character, I just don't feel like she's utilized with the same, like, you know, the same amount of what's the best way to phrase this? It's like she shows up a lot less than her name does. She just gets name dropped a lot. She's always involved, but never actually directly involved, but also directly involved. You know what I mean? So yeah, my opinion of Kaneko, not bad anymore, but still there hasn't been much in the way to improve it, is all. So yeah. I was thinking, however, so hear me out. Hear me out. You ever, Chad, have you ever played Ring Toss? Have you ever played ring toss? I imagine Kaneko and Suiko, they play ring toss, where Kaneko, she drops the pillar, and then Suiko throws her iron ring. I was thinking about this last night, about their specialties. I was like, okay, Kaneko drops pillars, and Suiko has iron rings, and they could definitely play ring toss together with their abilities. I thought that, I thought that was funny. And, Kaneko would be losing, and then Suiko would be like, haha, I win, and then Kaneko would throw the donut on her back, and then then she would win, and Suiko would call her a cheater, and then they would get into another fight. There you go. I have constructed a story. Alright. Narumi and Urumi. I wouldn't say this is too difficult for me. Urumi, I learned a bit about Urumi from the Omake stuff. I like the idea of her running a fishery at the Sanzu River. That's a neat little thing. But I gotta be honest, her outfit, personally, her outfit is really strange to me. I think it looks really strange. And this character, while there's nothing wrong with her on paper, she's 100% horny bait. Because she's a cow lady. She's a cow lady with big boobs. So, 99% of the art you see of Urumi is exactly what you expect it to be. So, But I'm not really, I'm not really interested in those kinds of characters. That's all. Narumi, on the other hand, Narumi is barely a character herself. She's just a reclusive Jizo statue who gained sentience and is a practitioner of magic and the Forest of Magic. Her only real instance of showing up in canon was when she sassed Sumireko, and that was all I needed to start liking her. But I also liked her in the Mystia game because I liked the nature, the rather contradictory nature of her attitude towards everything, despite what she stands for. She's cool. Urumi, on the other hand, she just kind of exists. She just kind of exists when you want to put someone in a cow bikini. That's all. Kind of a shame. I like the fishing part. But Narumi is a character I have a bit of a soft spot for, just from various things I've seen. That's all. So I would definitely pick her here. Kogasa and Sara, I don't think I need to explain this. See, when a character first shows up, I get an opportunity to explain myself. So the beginning of the stream always takes a hell of a long time because I'm sitting here talking. But once characters we've already seen show up, it becomes less about them specifically and more about their comparisons. So, Sara is a character who is she's the first boss in stage in Touhou 5, and she's not really a character at all. And Kogasa is a phenomenal character. She's a lot of fun, she's very lighthearted, she does a lot of different things in canon as well. There's very little, I'd say, to dislike about Kogasa as a character. She's the kind of character that you see and she puts a smile on your face. Because anything she's involved in is rather lighthearted. She's never really too serious or too scary. But when you see her, you're like, oh, it's Kogasa. And, you kind of have a little bit of a smile on your face. And that's kind of how she is to a lot of the characters in Touhou universe as well. Because she tries to scare them, but no one's really scared. And she even had a part-time, she was a babysitter for a little bit as well. So, people really enjoyed her. They had fun with her, but she didn't really like that, so she tried to find ways to scare people. She's also a certified blacksmith, which is pretty sick. So there really is a lot about Kogasa I think is neat and interesting, and I'm not really surprised at her popularity. It's just impressive because she's a character who showed up in a game and had absolutely zero to do with the game's plot at all. She literally just shows up in Touhou 12 and gets in the way, and then you blow her up, but she's probably the most popular character to come out of a game where she has absolutely nothing to do with the main events. Because all the characters who show up who don't have anything to do with the main events only happen in stage 1, 2, or 3. Although I guess sometime maybe 4 if you want to count 14, I guess. Yashie and Ben. Now, okay. I used to not really care about Ben. I still don't really care about Ben, because Ben is barely a character herself. But that's not to say I dislike Ben or her sister at all. I just find that when it comes to instrument characters, the poltergeists are a lot more utilized than the Tsukumogami girls. That's for sure. Ben and Yatsuhashi are not bad. They're really not. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just if you ever needed, if there's ever an instance where you need characters that are affiliated with music, there's very easy characters to pick because one, there's more of them. Two, they have a wider range of you know, play, and three, they've been around since PCB, so a lot more people recognize them. And five, you know, they're also more current recently anyway because Raiko joined them as of alternative facts. So there you go. So Benben is a fine character, but she's not really. There's not much to her. She has some of her fans. She does. Her and Yatsuhashi have some fans, but they are definitely underutilized characters in both fan and canon interpretations. Now Yashie, on the other hand, Yashie is interesting to me. There we go. Because I think that her character is very neat, but I also think she's a bit of a bastard. So the thing about Yashie is what I would consider a good antagonist of sorts, because she's very cunning. She's very what's the word? I wouldn't say controlling, but she definitely has a very good head on her shoulders, and she's also very what do you call it? I'm losing the words here as I'm like speaking. She you know, she expresses formalities, but she also believes that she is above others. But she's very good at getting others to do what she wants. She's got a way with words. She's a very silver-tongued devil. But I don't know about her own strengths or capabilities. See, Yashie runs the family of the Otters, who are well known for their ability for like sneak attacks and stuff like that. So underhanded methods of fighting that don't drop to too dirty. So the idea that a group that excels at slightly underhanded tactics is run by somebody of this nature makes sense to me. Because look at the Keiga family, for example. The Keiga family is the wolves, and they're all headstrong. They're all headstrong and you know, believe in power, and they're run by Saki, who is basically that. The exact kind of character you'd expect to run a wolf pack is a character who's very strong and is you know, respects strength even to those of her enemies. So it makes sense for her to be running the pack. Whereas Yashie, as somebody who runs a pack of a more meek animal spirit with the Otters, would be a lot more, you know, cunning. A lot more investment in the speech skills, so to speak. Because she's good at getting others to do what she wants. She's good at manipulating things. So even if her physical prowess is not as high as, like, Saki's, for example, she's still boss material. But the thing is, Saki respects both Yashie and Keiki's strengths, even if she does not really get along with them. Which means Yashie is definitely stronger than she lets on. But it's probably just because she doesn't like getting her own hands dirty that she doesn't really do it. But I want to believe that Yashie herself, I mean, she's a fucking dragon turtle, right? That's pretty sick. I think Yashie is a character who is definitely capable of throwing hands when she needs to, but it's her personality and demeanor would lead her to believe that as long as there's another alternative to doing so, she won't risk getting her hands dirty. So, yeah, I have a lot more positive things to say about Yashie, but at the same time, I say positive. It's more like these are negative aspects of the character. But, again, you can like villains if they're done well, and I think Yashie has the potential to be a great villain character just because of the nature of her character. But I also might just be reading too heavily into it and putting my own beliefs onto her characterization. But I do personally think that Yashie is a cool character with a lot of potential to be interesting written as an antagonist. And let me tell you, when I saw that fucking story in Lost Word that put her as one of the good guys, I was like, there's no fucking way. I refuse to believe that Yashie would cooperate with anyone in any capacity like that. That's not what Yashie does. Yashie gets others to do what she wants for her. Yashie does not participate with others like that. That's so fucking stupid. So yeah, that's my opinion of Yashie. I think she's a neat character who could be utilized in a lot of, and definitely more darker stories. That's how I feel about the Animal Mafia in general. The Animal Mafia in general are characters that are definitely capable of a lot more higher rated activities, but we probably won't see too much of that to begin with. But that's okay, because they're still nice characters to look at. Which is, the end of the day, that's what we're here for, right? But yeah, definitely Yashi over Benben. Letty and Star. Alright. So, Letty is, yeah. Anyway, Star. Nah, I'm playing. Letty is a character who does not do anything anymore. And never has, really. She showed up once. Someone's like, she's really powerful, guys, trust me. And then he locked her in the story box with the rest of his unused characters. Star Sapphire. I like the 3 fairies. I like Sengetsu-sei. Star, while I would say that Star is probably my least favorite of the 3, they're all very close to each other, because I feel like the Sengetsu-sei trio, it doesn't work properly without all 3 of them involved. And I gotta admit, I really like Star's antics, because Star is portrayed as definitely a little smarter than the other 2, but she's also a little bit of a, you know, fairies are mischievous by nature, but she's definitely a little more tricky than the other 2. I like that the manga does a great job giving examples of her personality, where she talks like she's participating in currently helping Luna or Sunny, but you can clearly see in the panel that Star is not actually putting any physical effort in at all to assist, but she's still, like, voicing her, like, yeah, I'm definitely helping, but she does it with a big old stupid smile on her face. So, like, she knows how to take shortcuts. She's also apparently likes bombs. She put a bunch of bombs and a bunch of snowmen, and she's got this innate radar ability. So, Star, I think, is the least utilized of the 3 fairies. Sunny is the leader. She gets most of the screen time. Luna is a goofball, so a lot of people like her. A lot of people like her because of the contrast in her disposition and her personality. And Star is, I think Star is kind of like, I guess I would say she's like the bass. You know what I mean by that when I say that? Like, every band that has a bass, like, you need a bass, right? But the bass, you don't notice it that much unless A, you're very, like, you know, fine-tuned to music, or B, it's not there. The bass is a very complementary instrument that doesn't steal the show, but it's very important to the overall package. You know what I mean? So, like, Star may not have a huge impact on everything that happens in Sengetsu-sei, but if she just wasn't there, it would feel very strange. The most fairy-like fairy. I don't know. I feel like Sunny is more accurate to that, because Sunny is very high energy. Star definitely has aspects to her mischievous nature that differ from her regular fairies. But I think, like, Sunny and Chirno are those are like the face of fairies for me. Hyperactive, like getting involved in things. Just very positive. You look at them and you just smile because they're having a good time. But yeah, I definitely like Star more than Letty. Moko and Rikako. Man, chat. This is an interesting one. Now here's the thing. I used to like Moko a lot. I thought she was really cool. You know, she sets herself on fire. But there's not really a lot of Moko stuff I see nowadays that really captivates me, I suppose. You know? I feel like this character for me has fallen by the wayside, even though it's my namesake. Isn't that something? 2 years ago, this character was undisputedly my favorite. So much so that I made my name. I based my name after her initials. But as time has gone on, like, there really hasn't been a lot of Moko-related content that really stuck me to her. You know? There are a lot of aspects to her character that I think are neat. And it's not to say I dislike her, but there are so many more characters that I've come to like more than her over the years. I've burnt out. Yeah, I guess so. Rikako, on the other hand, she's one of my favorite PC98 characters. I couldn't really tell you why, I just think she's neat. I like the idea of her. Also, apparently she's a certified magician, according to the Omake. But she chooses not to utilize her magic in favor of science, which I thought was really cool. People think it's a radio term all the time, yes. I wanted to just use my name, but it was taken. So here's a cool origin story, chat. Originally, my name was my name, but with a 2 E's instead of a Y, because my name, ASPREY, was taken on Twitch for some fucking reason. Don't ask me why. So I spelled it with 2 E's and it was okay. And then I found out that ASPREE is like it's like an aspirin company based in Australia. So I changed it again, and I just went the route of most people do this. They tend to just stick an initial on the end of their name. You see it a lot. Usually it's like related to stuff. Usually it's related to the stuff that they're a part of. That they're like SSB for like Super Smash Brothers, stuff like that. But I'm just gonna put the initials of my favorite character, and I got FM, so that's how my name came to be. Fujiwara no Moko. FM. And you know what? FM rolls off the tongue. FM rolls off the tongue pretty well, so I'm okay with it. Imagine if my name was Asprey YJ. YJ, baby. YJ. That doesn't roll off the tongue at all. But FM rolls off the tongue quite nicely. YJ. Yeah, that would look weird. Double Y. So yeah. Between these two characters, I don't know. I have a hard time saying, like, Moko is up there anymore. Again, it's not to say I dislike her, because I definitely don't. But I just, like a lot of the earlier characters, on my sorter, they've definitely fallen just because other characters I've been exposed to have more to them. And I've said this before, chat, but you know the triangle of cute to cool to sexy. You know that triangle. I am more of the guy who leans towards the top of the triangle. You know? I lean more towards the top, slightly left orientated. I don't care about characters being sexy, like, at all. I like cool characters, but I like cute characters the most. But I can also see a lot of characters being cute regardless. Moko's one of those characters I have a hard time seeing like that, but I also think she's like the upper echelon of cool characters in the series. So, she's really cool. But I said this before, a lot of fan art that I see of Moko consists of things that I don't really like. Like, one, extreme violence perpetrated to the character because she's immortal and it won't kill her. Two, you know, smoking. I don't really think smoking is cool. So, yeah. And three, shipping with Kaguya. So, like, there's very little in the way of Moko art that I see that I'm like, oh, nice. Because a lot of it falls under things that I'm not particularly interested in seeing. Now, that's not to say that there are no exceptions to that rule, because I definitely have some images of Moko that I think are pretty fucking sick. Just in general. But I just find it a bit, I find when it comes to this character's art, I have a hard time finding art that I really like, where there are a lot of characters that I see the art for, and I'm just like, I love that character. I love that character. Doesn't like tomboys? That's not what I said at all, dog. Hello? That's not what I said at all. I don't understand what the tomboy has to do with anything I just said there. Moko art is just, it's a hard thing to get. It's hard to portray the character as cutesy, I find. And not a lot of people really even try because she's, as I said, she's more on the cool aspect, right? She's more on the cool echelon. So she's usually portrayed as being cool, and she could be portrayed as cool. One of the first pieces of art I ever saw of Moko was the pixel art animation of her spinning around in while the forest is on fire and taking her shirt off and like throwing it over her shoulder. That GIF is really fucking cool. I don't remember the name of the person who made it, but they've made a number of amazing like pixel art GIFs for Touhou. That was like the first thing I ever saw a character, and I was like, this is so fucking cool. And like that was what made me like the character so much, because Touhou had all this squishy. When I first started getting into Touhou, all these characters had this like these squishy arts. They're all squishy characters, but Moko was a character who stood out to me as she wasn't really squishy. She was awesome. She was super cool. And I feel like my opinion of the character was definitely inflated by a few pieces of art that I saw. But as time went on, I found that those pieces of art that really made me feel like that were few and far between. And, you know, I ended up... I like the squishy. I like the squishy. There's so many characters that are squishy, but there are also some characters that aren't really squishy. But pretty much any character you can be squishy if you want them to be. So yeah, I guess my opinion of Moko has just simply fallen out of favor, because the thing that set her apart to me for so long as a character stopped really mattering to me in general, I suppose. I don't know. I guess that makes the most sense to me. It's not like I'm ever gonna dislike the character. That much is for certain. But yeah, I don't see her as, I don't really see her in the same light as I used to, I suppose. It's an easy GIF to find. It's probably the most popular Moko GIF in existence. But yeah, as I said, I like Rikako. She's pretty cool. But as a PC98 character with not much to go off of, I can't say I like her more than Moko. So there you go, chat. You just learned the dark truth. The dark truth of Moko. Now, here's the question. How far down the sorter do you think Moko is going to fall as a result of times changing? It's okay. I'm not going to change my name, though. That would be a pain in the ass. Like I said, I'll never dislike Moko, but there are so many other characters I like more now. Kageyama Hina. I like saying Hina's name. And Yuki. So, Yuki's not really, she just kind of exists. That's all I can say about that. Hina, on the other hand, Hina's never been a character I particularly cared about. She was always just a character that existed. She had a funny face. But after playing Hina's Lunch Millionaire, you know, really experiencing the character written by an extreme Hina fan, I've come to appreciate the character a lot more. She's not as, I guess, I always saw her with she had an air of refined nature to her, which I still think she does. She also has a very good personality. And she's eager to help, and she smiles a lot, even though she's not treated very well due to her unfortunate misfortune. And I like the idea of her being a bit of a scrounger, I suppose, in Hina's millionaire trade. I like when she's brought down a little bit to earth and has just normal interactions with the characters, but she also just talks to them, you know, just normally. Her appearance suggests elegance, but then when she opens her mouth to speak, it's never quite as elegant as you'd expect it to be. That kind of deal. So I dig her. I think she's pretty cool. I like her a lot more than I used to, for sure. But again, not a character I've ever really disliked to begin with. But that's my general opinion of Hina. A character who only really appears to be as elegant as she looks. But if you talk to her, she's actually pretty normal. If not a little quirky herself. Alright. Maya's an asshole. Correct. Hiso Tensoku or Kotohime. Alright. So one's a balloon. Listen, I like calling Hiso Tensoku a robot. I like calling him a balloon. I call him whatever I feel like, because if chat calls him one thing, I can call him the other, and I will be correct. That's how you win the game, chat. That's how you play the game. You simply take the opposing side, and you'll always win. You call him a balloon, I call him a robot. You call him a robot, I call him a balloon. Either way, I'm beating you. All right. And if you disagree, well, I can just not read your chat anymore. And then I will have the last laugh. That's right. That's right. Yeah, see, I got this. Hold on. Hold on, chat. I actually have a perfect video for this. You gotta see it. Let me see, let me find it. Ah! Oh, wait, that's not it. It's up top. Is it this one?
Yes, no, yeah, I get that. But see, I have the sign here. No, yeah, I get that. But see, I have the sign here.
That's it. What is that, you may be wondering? I don't actually know. I have no idea. But I found it on the internet, and I thought it was funny as fuck. It's like, yes, you have a very good argument there. Yes, but you see, I have this image. I have this image that would suggest otherwise. Anyway, Hisotensoku, you know, he's a robot. What else do I have to say about that? And Kotohime was a character that really doesn't have much of anything at all, and that's just what it is, really. She exists. There's nothing really wrong with her, but I don't think there's anything there. But I also don't think there's anything there with the giant robot either. However, I've seen the giant robot in other things, and I think he's kind of cool when he shows up, and he has a banger theme. Hisotensoku has like one of the best themes in all of Touhou. Kotohime, on the other hand, well, she's just kind of there, I guess. Kurumi and Iku, not a hard one. Anytime you get paired up against a PC98 character, it's a pretty easy one. Kurumi is, you know, she's the gatekeeper in Stage 2, Lotus Land story. She's fine. She's a vampire, I guess. That's it. Iku, on the other hand, now, as we learned about Iku is a very go-with-the-flow kind of character. She tends not to really get involved with things. She's lazy, but not lazy. Lazy is not really the best word to describe it. It's more so just that, as I said, she goes with the flow. She's not too, like, concerned about... I guess she's not really too concerned about a lot of things. She just kind of does what she's supposed to do, and whatever happens afterwards happens. Kind of a weird thing to read in her omake, for sure. Like, reading in her omake that she's very lax when it comes to that kind of thing was pretty eye-opening, I suppose, to me. Because I always pinned her as kind of like a more serious workaholic, so to speak. Because of her, like, she dresses nice, but she also has an air of maturity as well. So, seeing her as a character who, like, you know... Seeing her as a character who takes things a lot more seriously makes sense, but to hear that she's more like, she's a lot more relaxed than that was kind of like, oh, huh, how about that? And then, of course, we have Aya Ace Attorney's Iku, who is, like, a doer of good, a superhero, who swoops down to help crying children. Iku's pretty cool. Iku has a good design in general. Her omake, I wouldn't say her omake really changed much about my opinion on her. I don't dislike her. I definitely lean more towards liking her. I think she's pretty cool. But she definitely, she loses points because of double spoiler. She loses points because of double spoiler. I fucking hate her scenes in double spoiler. But yeah, definitely Iku. Yuka trained Kurumi to drain life force from fruit juice because gathering living people was too much of a bother. Can you do that? Can you drain life force from fruit juice? How would Yuka even know how to do that? Alright, here's some characters. So, here's another character that I learned a lot about from the omake text. Sega. Sega is a character who has actually quite a rich history in her backstory. as to why she like does the things she does. I was actually very fascinated by her story, and her story just kind of confirms to me that she is the kind of character who simply does what she wants without concern of others' opinions. Everything she does is for her own merits, her own gain. And I've always seen her as the kind of character anyway, someone who just does something for themselves. She's very selfish like that, and reading her omake pretty much solidifies that as her nature. It's good characterization. It's great characterization, but it's not to say I like the character. That's all. Also, officially, her nickname is Sega Nyan Nyan from the omake. It's fucking wild, dude. I can't believe that. So yeah, Sega... I don't think Sega's really a bad character. On contrary, I think like she's actually a pretty interesting character that you could do things with because of her rather selfish nature. But she's not explored too much in general. She really just does whatever the fuck she wants. But I feel like people just don't like her, so they don't use her for things, which that's fine. She's a pretty selfish character, so it's not really surprising when people don't really have much of nice things to say about her. Again, you can like villains. You can like villains, but she's not really a villain is the thing. Maybe that's why she's not as liked. It's because she's not necessarily a proper villain. She's just a selfish woman. That's all. So there are a lot of aspects to her character that rub people the wrong way. Myself included, of course, but that's just my opinion. Again, you're free to like and dislike whatever characters you like. Sega is it's pretty undeniable that Sega is not a very popular character. That's for sure. Got a pretty good stage theme, though. Merlin, on the other hand, well, there's the whole backstory. There wasn't much about Merlin herself. You know, we know she's cheery, of course. She's very upbeat. We know about her music. We know about her, but her backstory about why she exists doesn't really have to do with her character itself. But it has to do how her character exists, of course, but you know what I mean. So the Prison Rivers have always been characters that just kind of like, you know, they exist. I don't hate them. I like them. But if I had to pick my order, Merlin's not my top. I actually like them in descending order. My favorite is Lunasa, followed by Merlin, followed by Lyrica. I like Lunasa's attitude and just overall look. I guess it just fits my aesthetic, I guess. I like that kind of character. Merlin's second because I do like her hyperactivity and I do think she's a fun character. And Lyrica, I just feel like Lyrica doesn't really have much. Like she's more moderate because she's not like Lunasa represents one end of the spectrum, Merlin represents the other, and Lyrica is the balance that allows the two to exist and create music without like, you know, completely fucking somebody up. So Lyrica is more of a middleman to their things, you know, because like Lunasa's brooding. She's got the moon on her hat. She's got dark colors, blonde hair, and then you got Merlin, who's got, I think that's the sun on her hat, but she's also got a lot of very bright colors and very cheery. They're kind of opposites like that. Their way their music works reflects in their appearance. But Lyrica really is just like, I'm here too. For me anyway. For me, Lyrica is just kind of like, it just kind of feels like she's there. She doesn't really have a lot to stand out between her sisters, but much like I said with the bassist allegory, she is very important, but she's a lot more important to the Prison Rivers than, like, say, Star, in the sense that, like, without her there, it would feel weird. It wouldn't just feel weird if Lyrica wasn't there. The Prison Rivers wouldn't be able to play properly if Lyrica wasn't there, because she acts as a mediator to their, the powerful emotions of their music. So that, yeah, that's my 2 cents, I suppose, on the Prison Rivers. I like Lunasa, Merlin, Lyrica. I feel like Lyrica doesn't really get to stand out as much because her entire role in the band is to be the mediator. All right. All right. Raisin. Mango Raisin. Plot device. Now, Dayose, not even a character. However, Dayose gets a lot of appearances because she's friends with Chirbo. So she shows up a lot in fandom stuff. She does make background appearances in canon as well, which is pretty cool. She doesn't really get speaking roles, mind you, but she did sell swamp water with Chirbo, so that was pretty cool. So, Dayose has a few different characterizations that I've seen around the block. So, my personal favorite Dayose interpretation is the one that she's bigger than the other fairies because she's a greater fairy, right? That's her whole name. She's a big fairy. So Dayose is bigger than the other fairies, and she kind of acts like not like a mother to the other fairies, but more like, I suppose, an older sister. Like, she tries really hard to keep them out of trouble, but she's also really meek. She's got a shy demeanor, so she's not as rambunctious as Cirno. So it's kind of like introvert meets extrovert, where Cirno kind of drags her along, but then Cirno also just gets up into all kinds of antics. But Dayose is always worried about Cirno's safety, so Dayose always tags along with her. But that's the Dayose that I like the most, the one that cares about her friends, but also is very meek and has trouble like actually talking to others. She's very shy, but she also, she has a heart of gold. She's always there to help her friends, even if she has trouble speaking. That's the Dayose that I like, because I think that one is nice. Now, of course, she can be the same size as Chirbo, and similar idea. I will always assume Dayose is more on the meek side, which is why she doesn't have any speaking roles in canon. It's because she's not very good at speaking with others. So she's a bit of an outlier to fairies who are very, like, they're very high energy. I like the idea that Dayose is a lot more reserved, a lot more mature. You'd almost forget she's a fairy sometimes if you didn't see who she was hanging out with. That kind of Dayose. That's the Dayose I like. And then you have Dayose who is feeling a bit stabby at times. However, while the Dayose who likes to insert the knife straight into your heart, literally, that Dayose is funny to me, but not really the Dayose I think of in terms of, like, when I think of the character legitimately. However, I do really like the idea that when Dayose gets angry, she is very scary. I like that one. Basically, I think everything I just said summarizes how Dayose is in Gensou Wanderer as well. In Gensou Wanderer, Dayose tags along with Cirno. She's very meek and not good at voicing her own opinions, but when she gets angry, she scares everyone around her. But then when everybody's scared of her, she gets like sad because she doesn't want people to be scared of her. So essentially, Gensou Wanderer's version of Dayose is very close to how I see Dayose myself. And that's the Dayose that I like personally. But all the other iterations of Dayose I've seen are pretty good. You can't really do the character wrong because the character doesn't really have anything to go off to begin with. So it's, it's fair game. But that's just the Dayose that I like. The contrast to Cirno's personality that has her pair around with her all the time. In short, she's a fun character because she's a character you can include and portray however you feel would work. Her and Quackama have that benefit where you can really portray them however you want and there's no right or wrong answer. But there are definitely iterations of the character that you probably like more than others based on things you've seen. And for me, that's what I mentioned there. So there you go, Dayose. Alright, Mai is not a character. Yomu, this is the most popular character in Touhou for 2 years running now. Why? I don't know. Don't get me wrong. Yomu's a great character. She's a lot of fun. I like that she's very serious. And she's a bit swing happy. But I also like that she doesn't really have any understanding of anything Yuyuko talks about. And one of my favorite instances in cheating CDS is when Yomu asks Satori what's going on, and she just keeps nodding along, smiling, being like, yep, I totally understand. And Satori's like, I can read your mind, right? And you don't understand any of this? And Yomu's like, yep, I totally get you. So, like, Yomu went from in Silent Center and Blue to being like, I don't understand what Yuyuko and Yukari are ever talking about, to I don't care anymore. Like, Yomu has just given up trying to understand the complicated conversations that those around her have. She has emptied her head. She has emptied her head from those things, and now she just kind of vibes. Yeah, she's a great character. She's a great character, for sure. She's a lot of fun. There are a lot of quirks to her character as well, and she's cute because that's very important. But I like the bit of gap between her demeanor and her personality, you know? Like, Yomu is definitely a character who strikes me as more serious than others, but then you see her in CDS where she's just nodding along happily, not understanding anything, and it's like, oh, I see. So, she's capable of taking things seriously, but I think it depends on her company. She probably takes her work very seriously, because she was trained by Yoki, left in care of Yuko, tends to the garden. So Yomu is probably very serious when it comes to Yuko and like business, but for something a lot more like, I mean, I guess you could say, I wouldn't even really say the events in CDS were like, they didn't have any much to do with Yuko herself, so Yomu was just kind of like, you're here? Okay, why? And she was like, oh, I see. But she didn't really care herself. That's all. But Yomu is very curious what's going on in Silent Center and Blue, and she's told to go out and explore herself, so she's a curious sort. She's a curious sort. She's also of the shoot first, ask questions later. So Yomu has had a lot of different appearances in canon, and her personality has kind of been fleshed out a lot in different aspects. So I think she's kind of similar to Yuko. I think she's similar to Yuko in the sense that she's opposite of her expressions to her outward appearance. So Yuko, for example, is a very she's a very outgoing and bubbly character on the outside, but on the inside, she's quite, you know, she's quite aware. She's quite smart. She just prefers to live her life as, you know, as outgoing, but deep down, you know that she's a lot colder, I suppose, than that. Whereas Yomu's outward appearance definitely strikes me as a bit hard to approach. She looks like she never has a smile on her face. But then you go up and talk to her and she's a bit of a goofball. Like she tries to be serious and speak politely, but if, you know, you push her buttons, she ends up revealing that she's actually just a goofball. I mean, she's afraid of ghosts. She works in another world and she's afraid of ghosts. Yeah, pretend airhead and real airhead, basically, yeah. So Yuko puts on an air and then Yomu is also puts on an air, but it's opposites. She wants to be taken seriously, but she's a goofball underneath it all. Whereas Yuko is a very serious character, but likes to play the goofball because it's more fun that way. So yeah, Yomu, popular character, not surprising. Compared to Mai? Duh. Kisume. Alright, so Kisume's not a character. And I have to say, I don't know much of anything about Miyoi. I got her nose. I've read a few chapters of Lotus Eaters, but I have not read it for quite some time. The only thing that people tell me about Lotus Eaters nowadays is that every character except Miyoi is the focus. And I don't really know how to feel about that. The last chapter I heard about was that Suika got really mad about being served beans. And I was like, what? Why? Why is she mad about that? I don't know if the next chapter came out or not. But all I know about it is that Miyoi makes people drunk and see nightmares because I don't know. And then Mamizo gets involved, and then Mamizo takes over the manga. That's all I know about Lotus Eaters. Zun really likes using Mamizo for all of his written works, and that seems to be to the dismay of many. The latest chapter is Mamizo goes gambling. Now, can somebody else confirm that? Just because, you know, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just, you know, I need one or two more sources of people who may or may not severely dislike Mamizo as a character. It's true. This is what happens. It is. The chapter is 100% based on Mamizo going gambling. She goes to Sonya's gambling den to steal her tobacco. That tobacco makes you feel nice and happy. Sorry. Had something in my throat. So yeah, Mioi, despite being the main character of her own manga, is been relegated to a side character. Do you think, chat, do you think by the end of Lotus Eaters, Mioi is going to have as much characterization as fucking Raisin did? Could you imagine? At least Mioi gets her own name. So there's that at least. But could you imagine if the only thing Mioi gets is at the beginning, and then it's just, the show is just stolen, and her home is pretty much just like a plot device. It's just somewhere that Mamizo can hang out and talk about what's happening in the manga. Oh, that would suck. That would suck a lot. Now, so there's not enough to Mioi's character that I know about, but I do like her physical appearance. That's pretty shallow, I know, but that's all you get sometimes. Kasumi, on the other hand, she's silly. I don't understand her, but I don't hate her. But yeah, this is kind of just like a battle of not characters. So I like Mioi's physical design more. Aya and An. I like both of these characters. However, An is a great character who is a lot of fun. She is a very fun character. I liked her appearance in Wildhorn Hermit. I appreciated her showing up and being involved. I think she's cute, and I like her name because it sounds like the Mario Paint Baby. Ah-oo! So her name is the baby noise. But yeah, my opinion of her wasn't really much of anything until Wildhorn Hermit for sure. I've come to appreciate her a lot. She's a doggy. But Aya, on the other hand, Aya is pretty uncontestedly one of my favorite characters in the series because I like her attitude, I like her personality, I like her physical appearance, and I like how well she meshes with other characters. I like her appearances in canon. I love her appearances in fanon. I like her themes, but none of it really matters when it comes to characters anyway. I like her paperboy outfit, but that's just me being weird. But I like Aya in a lot of different ways. She can also exist as a plot device, of course, but she is a well-established character and is more than just that. I like how easy it is for her to be involved with other characters due to her job. I like the aspect of her personality where she is quite old and wise and powerful, but she opts not to express that power because she prefers to get her articles not through intimidation. Because intimidating others for an interview would have them most likely lean their opinions favorably towards Aya, which Aya doesn't want because it makes for a biased article. Please ignore the fact that she is, she tends to fill in the gaps with her own truths, of course. There's that. But she does her job. So yeah, she's easily one of my favorite characters in the series. There's very little about the character that I dislike. I don't think there's anything about the character I dislike. I like her rambunctious nature. Some people say they like Hatate more than Aya. But I truly believe that the only reason people like Hat more than Aya is because they haven't got enough of Hat to dislike her. That's it. That's it. You know, sometimes people get so much of a character they get sick of it that they look for an alternative. And to them, Hatate is underdeveloped Aya. So they look at Hat and they're like, Hat is a better character because I don't like Aya. It's the only reason. It's not that Hat is a better character, it's because they like Hat more than Aya. But they will try to convince you that Hat is better, even though Hat barely exists as a real character in any capacity. That's how she be. That's how she be. Hat is filler Tengu. Kagero and Maeda. Maeda died. Maeda died. F. Kagero? Well, she's a character at least. When it comes to the three grassroots yokai characters, Kagero is easily my least favorite. Not to say I dislike her, but I like Sekibanki and Wagasaki Hime more than her for sure. I guess Kagero just doesn't really feel like much of anything. She's just kind of a wolf girl, but I already have Momiji, you know? Kagero doesn't do anything for me. It's cool that she's based on an extinct wolf. That's pretty neat. But for the most part, she's not much of anything other than a character I should expect to see with the other two that I like. So, by proxy, I just kind of like, you know, I'm rather indifferent about her, I suppose. I don't dislike her, but I like the other two. I like the other two more. But I also understand that Kagero is going to be part of those three all the time. So I have no issues with her showing up at all. But when I think of those three characters specifically, I definitely like the other two more. That's all. Shion and Kokoro. Well, my opinion of Shion has gone up significantly over the years, for sure. Not as much as her sister, of course. Like, her iteration in 17.5, I enjoy that a lot. I liked her appearances in Wildhorn Hermit. She's a fine character, for sure. She's fun. That's the most important thing about her. She's a fun character. I feel bad for her. I really do. Like, it sucks that she's, you know, you can tell by her physical appearance that, like, she's having a hard time at life. But the antics that she gets up to is always enjoyable because she's a direct cause of the said antics 90% of the time. So as we mentioned yesterday, chat, the Jun show, where Jun and Shion try to make money, and Jun always fucks it up, but unknowingly to her, it's always Shion's fault in one way or another. So even every time they try to make money, it always bites them in the ass. But at the very least, there are episodes where Shion gets a happy ending. So it's more a show about Shion having a good time and Jun not having a good time, which doesn't sound like a very good show if you're a Jun fan. But you know, I like that show. It's a good show. Written, directed by me. So yeah, my opinion of Shion is definitely much higher than it used to be. But I wouldn't say I like her more than this character over here. Now let me explain why. Kokoro, to me, is fucking hilarious. Because the thing about Kokoro is that her whole character shtick is that she's a newborn Tsukumogami. So she's not good at expressing her emotions on her face. The fun part about Kokoro is that despite this, she is often portrayed as one of the most animated characters in the entire series, which the contrast to me is hilarious. Like Genso Wanderer, for example. Kokoro cannot express her emotions on her face, so she always has the same blank stare. However, her attitude and demeanor and just like energy is always so up there. She's so energetic, but it never reflects properly on her face, and the contrast between that, to me, is hilarious. Like Genso Wanderer, Kokoro, Touhou M1 Kokoro, even to a lesser extent, Kokoro in like 14.5 and 15.5. Like, I like the idea that Kokoro is very expressive. She's an incredibly expressive character, despite her biggest character trait being that she cannot properly express herself. I like that. And I'm glad a lot of fan stuff kind of follows up on that. The idea that a character who cannot express themselves through facial expressions is such an expressive character in a different way. I like that a lot. Her outfit is also very silly. Like, very silly. But yeah, Kokoro's physical appearance is also pretty good. But I've definitely come to really like her personality, which is crazy because, again, when you look at this character, there's not a lot of personality you could expect to find there because her expression never changes without her mask. Yet, people are able to write her in a way that makes her so incredibly expressive despite this, that it's honestly just impressive. And that's what I like about Kokoro. is just the contrast in her nature. It makes her a lot of fun. It makes her a lot of fun as a character. Whenever I see her, I enjoy her. There really isn't any iteration of Kokoro I've seen in fandom that I thought was, like, not good. I just like the blank stare whenever anything happens. That's all. Kyoko and Renko. Good morning, crew. So, this one's pretty obvious, of course. Kyoko she's fun, she's adorable, she shouts, she makes me happy. Maybe not my favorite dog, but yeah, Kyoko's a hard character to dislike. Kyoko, I think, is a hard character to dislike because she's just brimming with energy. She's definitely a highlight. Whenever you see her, she definitely makes you feel like she makes you smile. She is in a rock band as well. Apparently, she works. She's overworked, according to Aya's tabloid magazine. I don't know how true that one is, though. Gate. But I like Kyoko because she's just kind of, I guess she's just like an innocent appearance, you know? You just look at her, sweeping the grounds. She looks up and sees you. You make eye contact with her. She smiles, says good morning in a really loud voice, and you're just thinking, holy shit, my head. But at the same time, you're also like, oh, that's Kyoko, all right, and you can't help but just smile at her. That's the kind of character she is. A character that's hard not to smile at. It's gone from nothing to pure serotonin. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just see a character and you're like, ah, yes, the brain feels good today. Kyoko's also not very good at math. And then you have Renko. Renko is not really a Touhou character, honestly. Renko and Maribel are interesting to me because they exist within a different, like a completely different time frame to actual Touhou. Like pretty much none of the interactions they have with Gensokyo involve any characters we know. Yet they manage to be insanely popular characters anyway, and that's 100% because of the shipping. That's all. That's all it is. The stories are neat. I like their stories. I enjoy some of the things they do. But their popularity is insane. And I'm 100% sure it's because of the shipping dynamic. When you have two characters together all the time, it's only natural that this kind of thing occurs. And quote-unquote canon pairings like this get a lot of traction. That's all. I know how you degenerates work. Kyoko. Mima and Alice. Now, as all of you probably know, most of you probably know, I am not really a Mima fan. Mima is a character that exists. Mima is a character that I laugh about. Hardcore copium. But she is far from my favorite PC98 character. Do I think she's a bad character? No. Do I think it'd be cool if she came back? Absolutely. She's just not my kind of character. So while I do understand her importance in PC98 and I respect her as a character, I can't say I'm huge on her, you know. Twilight Spark and like Touhou Soccer is fucking sick, mind you. She's a cool character, but she just doesn't really do anything specifically for me. That's all. That's all it is. I fully understand why she's so popular, though. I do. And then you have Alice. She's still asleep, by the way. Alice Megatron is a character who I've seen a lot of over the years, as we all have. And as we learned in the Omake, I actually really liked Alice's Omake. Because Alice's Omake described how she tends to hold back. She tends to hold back and match her power to that of her opponents. Because she wants it to be a good bout. But then the Omake goes on to say that it might actually be because if she had lost, if she loses at her full power, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Alice Markiplier, yeah, she's a good character. So, as we know, Alice Margarine is a character who just kind of hangs out in her own house. She hangs out in her own house. She's mostly reserved, but she's not exactly aloof. She makes dolls, and she gets visited by the fairies. But a lot of her visitors she normally gets are creeped out by her house because of all the dolls, and they leave. So her, you know, I guess her personality, or what's mentioned of her personality, is not quite what it is. She's a nice girl. The thing I see about Alice Mandalorian is that she is a nice girl. And she likes, she doesn't mind the company, but she's also not very talkative or outgoing herself. But she's not, you know, she's not evil by any stretch of the imagination. She's a good person. Alice doesn't really show up anymore though, because she's currently in a coma. And we're waiting for her to return to the real world. Maybe when she does, she'll show up in a game again. But the funny thing is because Zun wrote her in a coma, she actually can't show up in any game until that coma shit is resolved. Ain't that something? But no, Alice is a very well-known, popular character. One of the magicians of Gensokyo. Fun character, good character. Definitely has gone up on my own personal sorter many times throughout the years. Never quite gone down. But there's a lot to this character because of how long she's been around. And I really do think that she's cool. Even if she is just kind of like, you know, a fill-in for Alice in Wonderland. Which is kind of what I felt like with her a long time ago. It's like Alice Mandarin. She was just kind of a fill-in for Alice in Wonderland. But she stands on her own 2 feet nowadays to me. She's not just Alice in Wonderland. She is Alice Mitochondria. A great character. Evil Eye Sigma. He's a robot. Next question. And Orin. Orin's great. I like to imagine Orin has a Brooklyn accent. She can talk to corpses. She's a kitty cat. She goes meow. She's got 4 ears. She's got, see, you can see her human ears, and she's got her cat ears. See, the only thing I gotta say about Orin is her outfit. It's not really my style, but I've seen, you know, I've seen art of the character that makes me, Maybe I should stop talking. Maybe I plead the fifth on that one. Never mind. Carry on. Carry on, team. Carry on. In short, Orin's a great character. And she's neat. Is she my favorite cat? I don't think so. I don't know what I'd say is my favorite cat. I can't. No, I can't. I'm pleading the fifth. I'm pleading the fifth. I can't finish that sentence. If I finish that sentence, that's the end of me. That's it. I'm over. Removed. Removed from the court. The cats are pretty great in general. I just don't know which one I would say is my favorite. Also, I like Orin in CDS quite a lot. She's a goofball in her own right. She's a silly cat. A sillier cat than we've ever had. And we've definitely had silly cats in this series for sure. But yeah, I like Orin a lot. I like Orin a lot more than I used to for sure. Her debut appearance didn't do much for me. However, I like her title, Hell's Traffic Accident. That shit's funny. Eiki and Tsukasa. Well. So, Eiki, as you all know, holy judge. Eiki is the big judge lady who has, and due to the fandom, shrunk like 3 sizes downwards. I don't know how that happened, but it did. She is the law around here. I like Eiki. Eiki is far from my favorite character. That's for sure. I rather like her in the IA Ace Attorney games. The IA Ace Attorney games portray her very... They portray her in a way that's very similar to the actual Judge from Phoenix Wright, where she's very accurate, you know, she's very just. She always makes the right calls, but she's also a bit of a goofball. But she doesn't like when people point out that she's a goofball because she wants to be taken seriously. Like when she said flabbergasted. that was a nice instance of characterization. I like the idea that Eiki wants to be taken seriously at like all times. So when you point out something of her demeanor that's a little more on, like, you know, the silly side, she gets a bit flustered by it. She wants to stand tall in her role. I like that kind of Eiki. Eiki's also a fun character in general because the whole purpose of the character was to yell at other characters. Zun mentioned in his, I think it was in the Who's Who, he mentioned that writing for Eiki was fun because he could use Eiki as a device to just yell at his own characters. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. That's what Eiki does. She literally just lectures all the other characters in the series on their vices. And I was like, yeah, that's cool. Eiki actually hits some pretty heavy-handed stuff though in Touhou 9. Like she hits some pretty heavy stuff and opens up a few like thoughts. Like when she talks to Chirno and she mentions how Chirno is dangerously close to, you know, slipping into being a yokai. When she talks to Raisin and talks to Raisin about how Raisin was, you know, how Raisin's her cowardice fleeing from the moon. When she talks to Sakuya about Sakuya fraternizes with demons and not her own kind too much, that she needs to fix that, or how Yuka's been around too long. There's actually a lot of cool instances of Eiki's lectures to the existing characters through that game that I find are really neat characterization for them in general. I like that. I like that aspect of her character a lot. She definitely doesn't show up very much though. She made Sakuya stop being an edgelord. Kind of, yeah. She mentioned how it was Sakuya should not continue, like, not necessarily that Sakuya should just like stop working at the SDM, but she mentioned how it was important that Sakuya actually try to like befriend humans instead of just living the rest of her life in the company of demons. Remember, Eiki's lectures are not because she wants to yell at you. Her lectures are because she wants to help you. Everything that she tells you is an attempt to help you, to put you on the right path. That's her job, but people don't like being told the negative things like that, so they don't listen to them. But Eiki is only trying to help, despite what you may think about her. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential to this character as well, but she just doesn't really show up anymore. I guess she's too strong. And then Tsukasa. How does Tsukasa get her clothes on? I was thinking about this last night. Now, before you eyebrow me, because I know you're going to, is there like a zipper in the back, and she just like zips it all the way down to her tail or something? And like how does that one-piece outfit work? How does that work? How does she get inside of it? Tie the back? I guess I've never seen her back, yeah. I guess that would make sense. What a convoluted outfit that is. Shimada took all the zippers, yeah. Maybe that's why Tsukasa tried to get in good with her, so she could replace the fucking strings with a zipper. There's a tie on the front, but it doesn't... The line doesn't stretch very far down, so it's not like she can just, like, climb in from the neck hole, you know? I guess she is a tube fox, so maybe she can just slide into holes like that. Huh. Anyway, Tsukasa is a very popular character to come out of Touhou 18, and I think that has to do with her being who she is. Wow, fucking riveting dialogue that one was, huh? Good take, streamer. Tsukasa has this, like, you know, I don't want to say it because you're going to give me the eyebrow again, but you know what I mean when I say it? Like, Tsukasa has this demeanor to her that I think rubs people the right way. You know what I mean? Do you understand what I'm saying? Don't give me that fucking eyebrow. Don't give me that eyebrow. You know what I mean when I say that. You know exactly what I mean when I say that. Why else would a character become popular on the internets? Design and personality. Fuck off, chat. You know. Don't make me say it. Don't make me say it. When I say it on stream. When I say it on stream, it makes me look like a weirdo. But it's your fault, chat. You're over there raising your eyebrows at me like I'm the weirdo, but you're all thinking it. You're all thinking it. You know exactly why this character exploded in popularity. Because she's very... I plead the fifth. Anyway. Tsukasa is, she's a bit of a weasel. She's a bit of a weasel. Got her fingers in multiple cookie jars. She's always got a plan, it seems, for like a get-rich-quick scheme that doesn't really ever work out or leads to ruin. So I think she's a neat character. I think she's a pretty neat character who could be utilized in a lot more shenanigans. But I also feel like she's a bit of a small-time crook. She doesn't really have much power herself, so she can only really orchestrate events by, you know, appealing to a higher power. And she works directly with Megumu, so there's that, I guess. I don't know, it's hard to say. Hard to say, I don't know. I don't dislike her at all. She's not my favorite character from that game by far. But I can understand there are aspects to her character that I think are very neat in many different ways, and I understand why she's popular. That's all. That's all. That's all. That's all. Nothing else coming out of me. You got everything? That's everything. This is a PG stream right now. Who do I like between the two of them? Huh. Actually, I wasn't thinking about that. Who do I like? Who do I like? If I had to pick... You know, I guess I do actually like Tsukasa more than Eiki. I like them both. But Eiki doesn't really stand out to me as much. I think it's her outfit. Eiki's outfit is a bit goofy to me. As much as I said I like the aspects of Eiki's character, there's not a lot about Eiki that I truly like look at and I'm like, yeah, you know? Why are you giving me the eyebrow, chat? What? Why are you giving me the eyebrow? Fine. You want, where is it? Hold on. Here, I'm gonna Google Tsukasa Touhou. I'm gonna show you. Show you the image. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yep. Oh, my. Alright. Oh, yep. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, whoa, whoa, what the fuck is that? Oh, Jesus. What? That has nothing to do with Tsukasa. Huh. Alright. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. There you go. Here, chat. Look at this. Look at this. See? This is there, look at that. See? I googled Tsukasa. And that's Tsukasa. Look at that. Wow, look at her. That's all. Look at that. There's nothing wrong here. Nothing bad here. Look at this one. Look at that one. There's nothing bad here. Scroll down. There's nothing there, dog. Listen, you hear that scroll wheel? Look at that. You see that scroll wheel? That's it. That's it. There was nothing wrong there. So you can take your eyebrows and shove it, chat. Just, you can shove it. Sorry, Sunny Milk and Ellie. Okay. So, Ellie is, this is John Badapple, but not really. Very not popular character. And we have Sunny Milk. Chat, what happens if I Google... Hold on. Sunny Milk Touhou Milk. Milk carton. Oh, I found it. I mean, I didn't find it. But look, I found Sunny Milk. I mean, you can't really see it because it's on the sidebar. Sorry, the cropping is a little wrong. But it's because this wasn't designed for Google Images. Anyway, there you go. There's Sunny Milk. Alright. Anyway, I mentioned earlier about Sunny. Sunny is like the leader of the Sengetsusei trio. And in my opinion, she's the most, like... What's the word? Accurate depiction of what I believe a fairy in Touhou to be. High energy, rambunctious, adventurous, full of life, just interested in having fun, likes pulling pranks. Her energy is contagious, and when you just watch her run around with her friends and play around, it just kind of makes you, makes you remember the good things in life. That's Sunny Milk to me. She's a fun character to watch get up to shenanigans because she's just having fun. So yeah, there's not really much else I can say about Sunny. I enjoy her antics. I like Sengetsusei a lot. And her friends are a lot of fun. Joy to watch get up into whatever it is they're getting up to. And Sunny has a fun name to say as well. Sunny Milk. But I appreciate her. She's a character she's as bright as the sun. Her smile radiates like the sun. She really is a very positive light. Great character. Wow, this is a hard one. Alright, so we have Nitori. Nitori is pretty cool. I believe she's shrunk in size a few times. Nitori stores her extra height in her backpack. That's why her backpack is massive, while she herself has gotten smaller. It only makes sense. She also packs a lot of heat in there. She's got like a full-ass mechanized armory hanging in her bag. She's also got a crowbar, as all good weapon stealers do. She is the Gmod specialist. So Nitori is, Nitori is not my favorite character by far. She's a very, very popular character for obvious reasons. I like Nitori personally. Some people have issues with her more bossy demeanor that has come up as of more recent appearances, of course. But I actually really like Nitori as the shrewd, albeit somewhat rude businesswoman, because I think that fits her personality pretty well. Because Kappa are known to play nice with like humans and such, but they also believe themselves to be the superior race. So there's that. So I like the idea that Nitori, she's good at pretending or like being friendly, but when it comes to business, she's very shrewd, she's very direct, she's very upfront, and she doesn't make much qualms in the way of like in Sengetsusei again, when she talks to when she has the canyoning gig where the Kappa are running the canyoning gig in the Genbu Ravine, she mentions how you can go take a ride, have some fun, and if you for the right price, the Kappa will make sure you're safe. So like she's talking to them, she's talking to like Marissa in a friendly manner, but she's also making it abundantly clear that she's interested in a monetary transaction for her services, despite, but she's not being rude about it. You know what I mean? Like, am I making sense? So I like that aspect in Nitori, where she's sassy, she's shrewd, she's a businesswoman first and foremost, but she knows how not to mince words when she's trying to get to a deal kind of thing. However, she's also one of those characters that when the tough get going, when she gets going kind of deal. So she doesn't try to really pick fights. She's a bit of a coward at the end of the day, but when it comes to business, that's her territory, So that's what I really like about Nitori. She's a fun character. I think she's a fun character whenever she shows up. I never have any issues with her showing up because she always brings something to the table. Even if it's not directly related to an incident, there's something to be said about it, because the Kappa is like the closest thing to the economic status of Touhou we've ever really gotten, because we don't really know what the economy is like within Touhou itself, but we know that the Kappa are very interested in, you know, money. They're interested in business, so they care about the economy. They care about their economy. I don't know if their economy is separate from others, of course. Rainbow obviously likes money. So economy is a thing in Gensokyo, but it's not explored. And it doesn't really need to be, because economics are boring to a lot of people. And unless your story, like, is really centered around economics, like Spice and Wolf, making the economy kind of, like, over the top is, you know, it's not really a desire. You know, you can kind of just play around with the knowledge that the currency system is probably based around the same time frame that Gensokyo was sent away in, so that's all you really need to know. Things like procurement of ingredients and production and stuff like that. Things like milk, cheese, eggs, meat, all that kind of stuff. Like, it doesn't matter how it all works in Gensokyo's ecosystem. It doesn't matter where it is or how it's farmed or whatever. The important thing is that it exists within Gensokyo to a certain capacity, and these are meals that characters can have, but you don't really need to worry about how farms and stuff really work. You know? That's all. Now, I'm not saying that you can't be interested in something like that, because that kind of thing is exceptional world building, but I am saying that it's not necessary to enjoy Gensokyo itself, because Gensokyo is a world of, you know, it's a world of these, like, fucking Notori. It's a world of these little goofballs, right? Do yokai need to eat? I don't know. I think they do. I'm pretty sure yokai do need to eat. However, magicians do not. So yeah, Gensokyo is definitely something that you could have your own, you know, you could have your own explanations for how things work, because the way the world works is a lot deeper than what sometimes things are written. World building is an important thing, of course. Not everyone's like Tolkien, right? They don't have to make like a whole new language for their book, or make a whole new book around their language. But the more you flesh out the world, the more real it feels. But Gensokyo itself is fine as it is, I find. Like, you don't, like, Zun doesn't need to tell me how the economy structure is. He doesn't need to tell me how the ecology is. He doesn't need to tell me how the farming works. Like, I don't need to know any of that to enjoy Gensokyo for what it is. Now, if he included it, I'm not going to say, like, no, but I also understand that kind of making that kind of thing consistent, it seems difficult as fuck. So it's better to just leave it to the fans' imagination to figure out how it all works. Or they just don't care because it's not relevant to whatever it is they're trying to figure out. And that's fine. There you go. And then you have this girl. Mistia, and oh, we got I see. Okay. Uh-huh. Yiko. Now, as some of you know, Yiko is a character that is, I think she's pretty neat. However, having played Mistia's Izakaya stand, I have come to really, really like Mistia as a character. Now, I've always had a soft spot for Mistia to begin with because I like the idea of her character. I think she's neat. I like that she has different aspects to her. With her running the food stall and with her being in a band. I like the different portrayals? I don't know the word for this. The different ways that Mistia is portrayed. That'll work. I like the idea that she's a bit of a youngster, a goofball who hangs out with the fairies. I like the idea that she's a lot more mature than that. And she, you know, that's why she runs the stand. Because, like, I find it's hard to imagine the same character who runs around with Chirbo in the group is, like, the same character who runs the food stand at night. Now, the thing about that is, in Mistia's Izakaya, Like, Mystia is definitely the squishy kind of character who looks like she fits in with Chirno. But as you saw in Misty's Izakaya, she's not really friends with Chirno, right? She's more friends with Kyoko. Kyoko's more of her buddy than the nine, like the 9 brigade. But that's not to say they can't be friends, of course. But what I'm just trying to say is that when I think of Mystia, like food stall Mystia, I think of a more mature, version of Mystia. But when I think of a Mystia who hangs out with like Chirno and Rumia and Wiggle and Dai, I think of a smaller, more like immature Mystia. But I've never really thought of the opposites with the opposites. You know, like I've never really thought of mature Mystia with the 9 group, but I never really saw immature Mystia as running a food stall. And of course, it's also the band that she's a part of too. So both iterations of Mystia are fine. Personally, my favorite Mystia is the one that runs the food stand, the one that's a little more mature. However, Mystia's Izakaya stand, you know, she's still portrayed as squishy, so there's that. But I love the writing in that game a lot. Watching Mystia make friends. Yeah, Mystia's stall is a scam, but the actual food is amazing. Aya confirms it. Aya writes in her article that she tricks people into thinking that they have night blindness by using her ability, and then has them eat lamprey, which is known to cure night blindness. And then she lifts her ability when they eat it, and they're like, oh, it really worked. But the thing is that she doesn't need to do that because her lamprey is like very, very highly rated in Gensokyo by even like top of the food chain yokai. Like, she makes good lamprey. She grills a good lamprey. So she doesn't really need to do that, but she does it anyway. It's kind of funny how that works out, huh? Her food is really, really good. But she uses a bit of an underhanded business technique to get people to eat it. But yeah, no. Back to the point. I really do like Mystia. I like her a lot more now because of the Izakaya game as well. Yuko, on the other hand, I do like Yuko. I blame Busy Person. Mostly the voice actress, because her voice was like cotton candy for the ears. It was like somebody poured honey in my ears. I don't know how else to really say it. I've never heard a voice that soft, like, ever in my life. And it rubbed me the right way, I suppose. But as for any other appearance of Yuko, she's just kind of, you know, I don't hate her. I far from hate her. She's pretty good. I enjoy her. I like her attitude, I like her demeanor, I like her personality. I like a lot of aspects of Yuko's character for sure. But would I say I like her more than Mystia? I would if I would a few months ago for sure. But at this point in time, I can confidently say that I like Mystia more than Yuko. Oh man. Izuna Maru Megumu and Ringo. So, alright, let's just get the eyebrows out of the way right now. Alright? So, Ringo is a character that I don't particularly care about because I don't think she's really much of a character at all. She's obviously part of the intelligence department, so she knew a bit about what she was doing down in on Earth to begin with. Now, the thing about Ringo is, aside from the fact that she's a Beatles reference, of course, she's a lot more mellow, and her outfit's kind of goofy. She's very mellow. She has different flavors of dango. She runs a dango stand. There's really not a lot to her character at all. Like, I feel like the Moon Rabbits really got shafted in terms of characterization, aside from Reisen. But Ringo and Seiden, but let's just focus on Ringo for now. As you can see, based on the diary art that you're seeing right now, Ringo is known to have a few dongos of her own. And I have seen art of, you know, she also wears a crop top so you can see her belly. And I have seen art where that belly is pretty smooth. It's pretty good. It's not abs, mind you. but it's like, you know, it kind of catches your attention for a few seconds before you shake your head and you're like, whoa, jeez, what am I doing? You're staring at her stomach. Shut up, chat. You can give me the eyebrow only if you disagree with me. That's it. Only if you disagree with me. If you agree with me, you have to take that back. Source? I can't give it to you. I can't do that. It was on Twitter. I can tell you one thing. The artist draws mostly Orin, and they are definitely not safe for work. At least 50 to 60% of the time, but not all of their art is not safe for work. But I'd say a majority of it is. But yeah, they drew a Ringo, and I just started looking at her stomach, and I was like, wow, and I couldn't look away, and then I had the moment like, what am I doing? And then I was back to normal. That's all. That's all. So my opinion of Ringo as a character is that I don't think there's really much of her at all, but unfortunately I was struck by a smooth criminal, and my eyes were locked in place. I'm not usually that kind of, I don't usually go for that kind of thing. I was just captivated, you know. That's all. Anyway, the other character now, Megumu. This is Aya with a tripod. This is Boss Baby. Sorry, Boss Tengu. There's not much I know about her character because the Omake text was more about the plot of the game in general. Megumu is getting some shit together to run business for Tengu, I guess. Tengu Society. Something like that. I don't remember the details, the finer details, but I'm pretty sure the whole card incident took place because she was looking for a business venture for the Tengu to partake in, which resulted in the card circulation, which got Momoyo involved to make the cards and got Shimada involved to expand the market by her virtue of her power, you know? But other than that, the only thing I know about Megumu is that she's Aya's boss. That's it, really. The 18 characters, you don't have much to go off in general, aside from physical appearances. Do I dislike Megumu? Not really. I wouldn't say I dislike Megumu at all. But similar to Ringo, I don't feel like there's much to her character at all. Although, if you compare and contrast the two things I've said so far, Ringo currently has an upper hand, or I guess I should say upper body, over Megumu. Or maybe I should say mid-body. You see the problem with these things? It really just only takes one piece of fan art to completely sway your opinion of a character. That's all it takes. But I like the Tengus. I like her funny hat. The funny hats are great. But yeah, no, when I think of Tengu, I think of Aya, Momichi, and to a lesser extent Hatate. But Hatate and Megumu, are, while they're Tengu, they don't really stand out to me as proper characters. Mostly because they haven't done anything yet. Obviously, Megumu is involved in the whole Parcheesi of Touhou 18, but her herself as a character, I don't feel has been really defined. So my opinion of her is kind of just like, she's there. You know? Like, that's kind of it. I don't really have any strong feelings towards her. Or, like, against her. That's all. Hey, yeah, I agree. Tsukasa's definitely more of a star of the show. And it's, you know, it's interesting to me that I feel like this towards this character because Aya, as I said, is one of my favorite characters. But Megumu, but I think it's just because I think that goes to show that there's more than physical appearance here for why I like Aya compared to Megumu, because they are similar, for sure. But Aya is a character that I like a lot, and then Megumu is a character I just don't really see much of anything in. That's all. So, between these two characters, I think I would have to give it to Ringo. Oh, the symbol of good fortune. Now, Tay, I used to not really care about Tay. My opinion of Tay has definitely improved over the years. I like Tay a lot. She's a fun character. She's a goofball, but she's also has a serious side. She's quite crafty, quite cunning. and I appreciate that about her. But I also really like the mischievous trickster aspect of her that is often, more often than not, of course, utilized in fandom stuff. Like M1, for example. I really enjoy that Tay. Tay's always a laugh. Tenchi, on the other hand, is... Tenchi is just like that, too. I like Tenchi a lot. I like canon Tenchi a lot. I was never really huge on... I was never really huge on 10.5 Tenchi. 10.5 Tenchi spawned a masochism joke to the character. Whereas 15.5 brought her back, kicked her out of heaven, and put her bad attitude more on display. And then when she showed up in Wildhorn Hermit, I just immediately, fell in love with the character. Tenchi's appearance in Wildhorn Hermit really sealed the deal for me. As a character who is very holier than thou, very uppity, a huge brat, also not good at admitting when she's, like, wrong. She has to save face and everything. She's a punk. She's a punk. And I like that in her omake, she gave herself her own name. Tenchi, when she ascended to heaven, ditched her name and gave herself a new name. That's why her name is Tenchi. Also, Shion's friend. True. True. Shion hangs out with her. But yeah, I really liked Tenchi's appearance in Wildhorn Hermit, and it kind of made my opinion of the character explode very positively. And as a result, I could say she's one of my favorite characters for sure. I think she's great. She's fantastic, and I enjoy seeing her whenever she shows up. Gengetsu and Yugen Magan. Okay. So, Gengetsu is a character for 5 lines. And Yugen Magan is a character of 5 eyes. And I am at 5%. And I'm getting 5 guys, burgers, and fries. No, I'm not. Alright. Yep, her name was Chico. Her name was Chico, and when she ascended to heaven, she was like, nah. And then she changed her name to Tenchi. Gengetsu and Yugen Magan. Well, remember, I've said before, but PC98 characters, a lot of them don't have any characterization at all. So I find it's hard to really say that I like a character, like, unconditionally. The characters that I do like in PC98 have some characterization, and there's also a combination of physical appearance. You can like a character based on physical appearance, no doubt. But I feel like if your favorite character in the entire series is based solely off of their physical appearance, that's, you know, like, have you, like, what, is that all they're based off of? Is the only aspect of a character you truly like how they look on the outside? There are a lot of characters that I like physically, but there are also characters that I like both physically and personality-wise. But there are also some characters who don't really have a personality, so the only thing you can really judge them on is their physical appearance. It happens with a lot of new characters because they haven't had time for characterization yet, and it happens with old characters because they're never going to get characterization. Again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to like characters based on that. I just feel like if your #1 undisputed favorite character is a character who is essentially just, you know, just a character who doesn't have anything, I just wonder about that. Why is your favorite character in the series, like, not a character? You know what I mean when I say that? Like, it's essentially just a sketch on paper. But they become your favorite. But there's no characterization anywhere. No fan characterization, no canon characterization. That's how I feel about these two characters. I have a hard time believing anyone who, like, just dropped everything and told me that these are their favorite 100% unconditional favorite characters, and they have, like, you know, experienced all of Touhou. I just wouldn't really believe that. Yugen Magan isn't really even a character. He's fucking eyeballs. They're the favorite because it's spicy. That's true. That's another thing. Some people like to base their personality off liking a obscure character because it helps them stand out. Because chat, you know me, I say my favorite character is Yorigami Jun. Everybody loves Yorigami Jun, right? Everybody. So like, I'm just another cog in the machine of Jun fans. Oh, shit. Oh no. But if I were to say like, yo, my favorite character is Gengetsu. Like that's cool. That's mysterious. That's a personality I can have because nobody else likes this character. So that's now my personality. My personality is now how much I like a character that no one else likes. Because why like popular characters when I can like unpopular characters? I guess that's the whole point of a hipster, right? The idea of a hipster is they like characters, they like things that aren't popular, but kind of, what? Huh. Woo. Depends how obsessive they are, I suppose. You know? How obsessive of a character are you? Over the character are you? Right? I just can't imagine it. I just, you know, there's gotta be something going on with that one. That's all. I like the characters I like. But chat, if you go onto my Twitter, you're not gonna see a picture of Jun. My bio is not gonna say #1 Jun fan. My bio is not going to say married to Yorigami Jun. My bio is going to say literally nothing about the character I like. Because my personality does not revolve around the character I like. Oh, man. I mean, you can tell that my Twitter won't have anything like that because my Twitter picture is a picture of my face. From like 4 years ago, mind you. But I still look like that, I think. Change it now? I can't do that. I cannot do that. I'm one of those people who does not change their profile pictures almost ever after a certain point. I've had the same Twitter profile picture and the same Discord profile picture since like fucking 4 years, 3 years. That picture was taken when I was playing on stream at a Smash tournament with a very high quality camera. Anyway, these two characters don't really exist at all, but Gengetsu is a cute girl, so she wins. That was a good picture. It was a really good picture. That's why I used it. I have not taken a good picture since, because I have not taken a picture of myself at all. Anyway, I don't use facecam, chat, but it's not because I don't have I'm not really embarrassed by how I look. I just don't think a face cam adds anything to my stream, like ever, unless there's like something specific I need it for. But I don't really care about how I look. I feel fine. I'm comfortable in my own skin. Kikuri and Oku, we got the sun and the moon, the Hell's sun and the Hell's moon. Fumo cam, eventually. I do need to borrow my friend's webcam again for something. So I will be doing that. And then I can show you my Jun. Ryoji Utsu. Ryoji Utsu is pretty cool. I used the webcam before to tie Fumos to my face. And another time I used it to show off Candy Cane eggnog that I bought. Because the what's the word? What the fuck is the word? Texture? The look? Like, it looked like pus. Yeah, the fucking, the eggnog goo. I drank it, but I could not look at it while I drank it because it looked fucking disgusting. But I turned my webcam on to show the chat like what it looked like because I was describing it. It did taste good, but I will never buy it again because I can't look at it. But yeah, that was the only other instance where I turned my turned a webcam on. Okay. So yeah, Oku. My opinion of Oku has pretty much unchanged because I knew everything about her character to begin with. Do I dislike her? No. But I would not say she's my favorite. She's very popular. I know why, though. She's very big in a lot of ways. But yeah, she's not really the kind of character that I mesh with, I suppose. She's funny. She's a funny character. This one's loud. She's got a big heart. Yeah, she's got a big brooch. She's tall. She's quite adorable. You remember what I said about Kogasa a long time ago? About how Kogasa is the kind of character who is... there's always like art of her that portrays her as like a cinnamon bun, but there's also art that does the same, but also makes it abundantly clear that she has a sculpted Greek goddess body. You know what I mean when I say that, right? So Oku is another one of those characters that she's very oblivious to her own attraction. So she's just, you know, she is equipped with ballistics, but she's just, you know, she's a lighthearted goofball, so she doesn't really pay them any mind. Her and Kogasa are similar in that fashion, where, you know, bombshells, but they're, you know, they got big old smiles on their face and they don't even realize how attractive they are. That's all. That's all. See? See, chat agrees with me. I know chat agrees with me. None of you posting that fucking eyebrow. Hatate and Eren? Well, here's the thing about Eren. I don't like her that much. Here's the thing about Hatate. I don't really care about her, but I guess if you had to pick, I'd like her more than Eren. Hatate's not really a, you know, she's kind of like just there, I suppose. Lunasa and Yumeko. Yumeko throws swords, which is really cool. Lunasa, though, is my favorite Prism River. Because I like her aesthetic. And Yumeko, I don't really have a problem with Yumeko, but it's just... I don't really jive with the, I don't really jive with, the maid aesthetic, that's all. Aoshima? I don't know who that is. Or if I do, I don't recognize them by name. I have to Google it. Hold on. I'm doing it. Aoshima. Couldn't find it. I don't know who this is. What the hell kind of art did I walk into in here? I have no idea who this is. There are a lot of pictures of Flandre. Actually, there's a lot of pictures of Clown Piece and various outfits. What the fuck? I'm not showing you, chat. I'm not showing you. Alright. Alright. Lunasa. Rat! Aoshima's not a character, it's an artist. Satori and Nazrin. Now, here's the thing. I actually really like Nazrin. I like Nazrin more than I can, like, properly explain. And because I just don't know how to explain why I like this silly character. This absolutely silly character. Cheese to meet ya, I am. I don't know. I actually don't know. Why do I like Nazrin as much as I do? I don't know. But when I look at her, when I see art of her, it makes me smile. But I can also say the same about Satori. So who do I like more between Nazrin and Satori? I don't know. That's a hard one. This used to be an easy one. Because they're both soft. They're both very soft characters, you know? They're both soft. I wouldn't call Nazrin a marshmallow, though. Nazrin's, like, not quite a marshmallow. But Satori is definitely a marshmallow. I'm thinking about it. You know, I gotta give it to Satori. I do really like Nazrin though, but when I think about it, there are more things about Satori that I've seen that I enjoy. For sure. Momiji and Nazrin. Now, Nazrin would actually win here though. I like Nazrin. I like her. That's all. Yo. Fortune teller. Alright, so this shouldn't be any big surprise to anyone, but Suiko is probably going to move up quite a bit. So, what we learned in the Omake text, Suiko was, you know, we know that she's the original god of the Moriya Shrine, but as we learned, she's just kind of like vibing. Like, Suiko was ready to go, essentially. Suiko is very ready to go, but Kaneko didn't want to go. So Kaneko devised a plan and Suiko played along just to see how far it would go. And Suiko is now currently living a life of retirement, essentially. Suiko is satisfied with what she's done in life, and she is ready. She's ready to depart whenever, but she's hanging around. She's hanging around because she wants to see kind of where things are going at this point, which is really depressing when you think about it. Like, the idea that the idea that Suiko was so prepared to disappear, she was ready for it. Like, I never would have pegged Suiko as that kind of character. She's a lot wiser than I give her credit for, that's for sure. But yeah, it was just kind of a bit of a shock to see that her opinion on the world was that she was, you know. So I really took to the character in that moment. There was a lot more behind that cute facade, because Suiko is always portrayed as a bit of a goofball. But you know that she is a very long-lived character. She's seen her fill of the world. And it's kind of sad to think that she's ready to go at any time. Well, she's a god, right? Not really a yokai. She lived a long time. She gathered her faith, and her era had come and gone. The world was changing, and she had no regrets with departing. But like when I say it like that, it kind of makes me feel kind of somber, because it's like, I don't think there's any character in the series, aside from Moko, of course, who is really, like, prepared for death like that. Moko's a bit of an exception, of course, but Suiko is the only character I can think of who's just so relaxed about that kind of topic. And it kind of just kind of makes you think about it. Like, she's been through a lot, I guess. She's seen a lot. She's endured a lot. But she's on her last lap, essentially, with however the Moriya Shrine goes against Sokyo. This is just something that she wants to do. One last thing to do before the end for her, and she's okay with that. But then she looks like this! Then she looks like a frog! And then you have Fortune Teller. What else? What can I really say? What can I really say about the Fortune Teller? When gods die, they disappear. Yeah, gods that disappear, because losing all faith in you makes you disappear, which is equal to dying, because you no longer exist. You no longer are believed in. Yokai are the same. When you no longer believe in a yokai, they cease to exist. In a sense, they die. So yeah, Suiko. Is it depressing if you're fully prepared of accepting it? Yes. How could it not be? What? What kind of question is that? Misumaru and Yuka. So, yeah, Misumaru is... Yeah. She's a character. Yuka's a character that, despite what some people may think of the character, I think she can be a real sweetheart. I like the Omake. I like that the Omake mentioned that she likes to walk around Gensokyo and find in-season flowers to just appreciate the view. She's also very long-lived. Not really sure what she's doing nowadays, though. She mostly is just relaxing, but she's been around for a long time as well. Reimu's aunt? It's not Reimu's aunt. Tried to crush her. Akio rates Yuka as very dangerous, yes, because Yuka likes to mess with humans, and Yuka is very, very, very powerful. She's not really a yokai you want to get involved with, because she is definitely capable of killing you at the drop of a hat. But the thing is, I don't think Yuka is that dangerous as long as you just don't do anything to upset her. That's all. That's all. She's just often portrayed as having a bit of a sadist streak, but I wouldn't say she inflicts harm on others unless, you know, they ask for it, kind of deal. But that's just my opinion on the character. I think she's a bit of a sweetheart. She's just very scary when she's mad. That's all. And of course, when the characters fight her in like Touhou 9 and she kicks their ass pretty cleanly. That's pretty scary. Like, characters realize how outclassed they are, right? Characters realize how outclassed they are when they go up against her, and they obviously, when you're fighting a shark as a small fish, you kind of get, like, afraid, right? But no, Yuka's a character that, I find has a very specific niche for some people. Like, she's a character who got popular for strange reasons, but I don't really believe that her character is so cut and dry like that. I think her character is not quite like that at all. So yeah, my opinion of the character has changed ever since I changed my viewpoint of how she is. Of course, whether or not you feel that way is up to you at the end of the day. But I find that a Yuka who is not just sadism.exe is a lot better of a character in my eyes. Yume, me, and Saki. Now, much like Yashie, I like Saki in the sense that I think she makes for a good antagonist type of character. But Saki is a lot more straightforward than Yashie. Saki is all about strength. That's it. She's about power. She respects strength. She adheres to strength. She herself is strength. That's why she leads the Kega family. Despite her not getting along with the other, with Keiki and Yashie, she does respect their strength. When the main characters in the game fight her, she respects their strength as well. But she's also very headstrong and very, I wouldn't necessarily say she's violent. I mean, I guess you could say she's violent since she always jumps to a fight. She's very brash. The perfect kind of character to lead an army of muscleheads for sure. But it's hard to really say she's like, you know, she's not as conniving as Yashie, but she still has her eyes set on like control. That's why she's in where she is in the extra stage. She takes advantage of the situation to like scout Gensokyo, but then also attempt to lay claim to it. And then Reimu shows up and is like, "Can you don't?" And Saki's like, "Well, I guess you're right, partner." And then Yeehaw moseys on out of there, you know. But I like Saki's design. I don't think she's as perfect a role as antagonist as Yashie could be, because Yashie's personality seems more twisted to me, where Saki's personality is, I wouldn't necessarily call it twisted. I would call it more misguided, I suppose. She's very, very heavy emphasis on the might makes right aspect. Taking control of the animal realm, and with the form of her faction like that. She's cool, though. She's pretty cool. You don't see her very much, but when you do, well, let's just say, what am I gonna say? I was gonna say, Chat, I was gonna say she's packing heat, but I thought about the implications of what that could mean otherwise, and then I remembered that she is a Pegasus, and I got concerned. Anyway, you know, don't worry about that. Thank you, Nia, the hyena, for the resub. 4 months. I appreciate that. You don't have to force yourself to talk in chat if you don't want to. I don't bite. I don't read every message, of course, but after a while, you just talk enough. Eventually, people recognize it. Like people are always afraid to talk in chats because they're not really sure how to integrate, which is, you know, I understand that completely. But after a while, you just keep talking, and eventually, it's just like you were there the whole time, kind of deal. But some people have these really, really bad first messages that, you know, you just make a mental checklist of like, I'm not reading anything you say ever again. So like, I think I value first impressions in that sense. But for the most part, you know, you just talk and chat like a normal human being, and eventually it'll just you'll just kind of settle in. That's all. That's all. Favorite is Tay. There's the first time chat message. See, there you go. Tay's a good pick. They're very little bad picks. Saki is short, and she's always portrayed as the tallest gang leader. Well, you ever think that maybe that's because the other gang leaders are short? Look, okay, listen. You can make an argument for Yashie, but can you really argue with me that, that Yuma is shorter than Saki? At the very least, Saki is taller than Yuma, right? But Yashie, I don't know about Yashie's size. I imagine Yashie isn't that tall. I feel like it reflects just like, she could be tall, of course, but I don't think she's that tall. But I do agree. I do see Saki often. Saki is often the tallest of the three. She's often also, you know, she's packing a couple yeehaws herself. If you picking up what I'm putting down. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. She's also got a fine pack of abs, probably. She's strong after all. She's also got great legs because she's, you know, horses are known for their bucks. Kicking, baby. So she's got hella nice legs. So at the end of the day, Saki is very attractive. This is what we've established. Alright. This is why the Wolf crew follow her, because she's very strong. They understand. They understand muscles are the way to go. Oh, baby. Alright. And then we have Yumemi. I like Yumemi a lot. Yumemi is my favorite PC98 character. She's a character who is a bit of a tragic story. She believes in her theory of magic and is laughed at by her peers, so she travels to Gensokyo to find proof of it, which she does, returns, and presents her theory once more, to which she is laughed out of her, the room. And laughed out of the association. So she just returns to Gensokyo with Chiuri, and they just live there now. Luzun says she has great legs. Well, yeah, she's a Pegasus. I.e., she's a horse with wings. Horses have great hind legs because horses, they kick really hard. There are a lot of things. There are a lot of parallels to horses that you can make. She's one of those Uma Musume girls. But yeah, between Saki and Yumemi, Yumemi is my favorite PC98 character because I like her design, I like her story. And Saki and Yashie are characters that I do like quite a bit, just based on my own reasons. But would I say I like her more than Yumemi? Honestly, no. I wouldn't. So I give it to Yumemi. Yamanaka. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure if a horse kicked you in the head, you would be, well, you'd be donezo. But Yumemi found proof of magic. Actually, now that I think about it, did she actually bring anything back with her? Or did she just present her findings? I wonder about that. Anyway, I said earlier about Eika. Eika is a surprising character, but she's still not much of anything. The horse Saki's based on supposed to be able to jump over buildings. Saki is based on Prince Shotoku's Black Pegasus. So in other words, she's based on Miko's horse. If you've ever seen art of Saki and Miko together, that's the reason why. These two characters have never interacted in canon ever, but the basis for their origins are connected in that regard. So she is based off a legendary horse. I don't know if that horse was said to be able to jump over buildings, but I'd believe it. But yeah, there's definitely an artist. There's definitely an artist. I forget their name right now, but they draw a ton of Miko and they draw a ton of Saki together. I forget his name. I know you know who I'm talking about though, because there is only one dude that comes to mind when I say this. His art is phenomenal. Siri, that's it. Yep, that's it. That's the one. That's the one. Did Yomo mention Miko to Saki? I don't think so. I have no idea. I remember a long time ago I saw fan art of Yashie and Saki on a walk, and on the other side of the road, like Saki sees something at the end of the road and covers her face, and then Miko and Futo walk by, and Yashie just looks at her like, what are you doing? So I like the idea that they haven't interacted with each other because Saki doesn't want to see Miko, but I don't even know if Saki knows that Miko is alive. I wonder about that. Whatever your interpretation may be. The fact is they're connected in some interesting way, but they never actually interacted in canon. Anyway, here we are. We're talking about Yam. We're talking about Yam, the sweet potato spider. So Yam is one of those characters that, by all rights, should have just been a stage 1 boss, end of story, but exploded into her own form of popularity in various different ways. The spider legs, they're pretty hit or miss. Personally, I like the idea that she has additional spider legs because, well, that's cool. I like the idea that she runs a candy store and she makes candy. The part about her making it in her mouth is up for debate for many people, but I'm just saying I'm not minding it. And also, in canon, 100% canon, Yamame is known for in the underworld as a great architect. She's good at architecture because her strength. Her physical strength and the strength of her silk is quite high, so she's very good at building and construction. Yam is actually very popular in the underground. And we know about her abilities, how she doesn't really like to use her ability to manipulate diseases because it's a hassle. So there are a lot of things about Yam's character that I think are really neat. Even if you don't really count the stuff from Fanon, there's a surprising amount of stuff to her from canon alone. And you know, like, I don't really know how to describe this character. I came to like her because of Puppet Dance Performance. I had a good one. But the more it went on, the more I just came to like appreciate her. The more I looked at her, the more I just kind of, I don't know, I just kind of started really liking her. That's all. Tay and Kagero, I don't think they've ever interacted in canon, but I've seen, you know what shipping is. Everyone knows what shipping does. I've seen it. Yam is old? No, around here we don't say old. We say experienced. Alright? Can't call Yam an old girl. Go call Yukari an old girl. See where your bitch ass ends up on the other end of that gap. You gotta watch your words. But Yam is long-lived. If Yam is long-lived, then it would make sense why she's so well known in the underground, right? But no, Yam is a character that... She's a bit of a strange one, but she definitely is more popular. She's definitely a more popular Stage 1 boss, for sure. And I really like her. I really like her. Parsi and Kutaka. I actually have to pee real quick, so think about this on your own for a little bit. I came back and Parsy's theme was playing. Alright. Okay. Here I am. Kutaka and Parsy. So, my opinion of Parsy is not really a positive one. But the Omake text, I actually learned a bit about her that I thought was very interesting. About how she was originally just a bridge guard. And she developed a grudge, or just jealousy in general, to like people crossing. And then eventually she turned into what she is. A bridge, well, I don't know if that's necessarily how it went down, but the idea is that Parsy slowly turned into what she was, instead of just being outright like that from the first place. Which is kind of a sad story, but it makes sense because all the characters in SA are kind of presented in a fashion that makes them despisable to others in one way or another. Parsy is no exception, of course. But the thing about Parsy I've never really liked is that I always felt her character was a bit of a one-trick pony. And as a result, she doesn't really get utilized in anything for that reason. That said, her performance in M1 is actually very well done, because I found that they managed to play around that one character, like one trick dynamic, and actually utilize it in an effective way to make it funny. Because they didn't necessarily rely on it for her skits, but they also had good comedic timing for when she said it. So I was kind of impressed by that. But as for Parsy herself, there's not really a lot to the character that I, really care about, I suppose. She has some aspects to her that people like. She gets paired up a lot with Yugi, I find. And also, I've seen her paired up with Satori. But other than that, like, Parsy just kind of exists as a known denizen of the underworld. But I've seen pairings. Oftentimes she gets dragged around by Yugi, which is kind of lighthearted and fun. Again, I don't really mind the character. I used to dislike her, but nowadays I look at her, I think, yeah, she's pretty neat. I don't have any problems with her. She can be a fun character if written well, and I've seen her written in a comedic way that I appreciate. So my heart is definitely opened up to the character for sure. Would I say I like her more than Kutaka, though? No. So here's the thing about Kutaka. I think she's adorable. I don't really know what else to say. I just think she's adorable. I like her outfit. I like her design. I think she's neat. That's all. She tickles the what do you call it? I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but she's one of those characters that I look at and I'm just like, yeah, you're good. You're good. She's a very like, there doesn't really need to be a reason, or there's not really a reason I like her as much as I do. Now granted, she's not like my favorite character ever, but I definitely have a higher opinion of her than some, despite not really caring much about her character itself. That's not to say I don't know about her character, but I think a big part of what I like about her is just how she looks. Which, again, shallow, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Chirbo and Unzan? Listen, I don't hate Unzan. I really don't. But I can't in good faith say I like Unzan more than Chirbo. There's just no way. Again, Chirno may not be my favorite fairy, but I don't dislike her at all. Chirno is always a fun character to engage with, assuming she's written well, of course. Unzan, on the other hand, he's also a fun character, and I particularly like him a lot in M1, but he's definitely less of a real character, because he doesn't really have any speaking roles. But in fandom, I've seen him utilized, but most of the time he's just an extension of Ichiran, and so he's kind of like a part and parcel to her character. Very rare you see him stand on his own 2 feet, if he has those. But yeah, Chirbo. Kongura and Unzan. It would be Unzan here. I do think Kongura's design is cool, but as I just said, M1's Unzan is fantastic. Unzan has potential to be involved in a lot of antics, but they're not really utilized. Like, even in canon, he turned into a giant Buddha statue. But, like, he doesn't talk is the thing, so... Even when he gets involved, he's not too vocal about it. Oh, well, speaking of, there's the other half of the equation. So we have Nightbug and Ichiden. So, let's start with Ichiden. I wouldn't call it a problem. It's not a problem. But I think that Ichiden is a very bland character. I feel like, compared to all the other characters in the Myoden group, Ichiden is the most regular. And the reason I feel that way is because half of her character is Unzan, right? Ichiden and Unzan are like a pair. They're always together. They like complete each other's characters. But Ichiden alone is just kind of like... She's just kind of a nun. You know? There's really not much else to her aside from her working with Unzan. But when you get her alone, she's just kind of like... You know? She's just kind of like a regular character. I feel like Unzan is her defining character trait, which is... Well, kind of a shame, really. She's just kind of boring, but I think her design is pretty good. I agree with that. I've seen art of Ichiden with her hood down, and let me tell you, she is gorgeous. But like, there really isn't much to her aside from like the fact that she has Unzan around all the time. That's it. That's really it. It's a bit of a shame. I'm not gonna say she's a bad character. I just think comparatively, she's on the blander side if you take her away from Unzan. Because Unzan feels like part of her characterization. And then we have Nightbug. So, Nightbug is, that's a fan favorite. Chat loves the bug. That might be my fault. Maybe. The funny thing is, Wriggle is, like, far from my favorite character anyway. But people really like her. She hasn't had a speaking role in like 10 years, if you didn't know. Patient zero, yeah. Yeah, it's partially your fault. Fucking Wriggle. But I don't hate Wriggle. I enjoy Wriggle. Wriggle gets to partake in some silly events with Chirno and such, but not so much anymore. I feel like Wriggle is a bit of a forgotten member at this point. People often fill her into roles that like... I don't know how to best explain this, but I find that Wriggle is not really a character who gets paired up with much of anyone. But when you're talking like a more, I don't really want to say this because you're gonna raise your eyebrows at me again, as if it's somehow my fault. Because all I'm doing is speaking the truth, yet somehow this makes me like the bad guy. Now listen to me. Sometimes you see Wriggle with Yuka, all right? And I'm just gonna stop right there. That's all I'm gonna say. That's it. You'll get nothing else out of me. Nothing. I am zipping my lip. So yeah, Wriggle is a character that Wriggle's a character who doesn't get utilized in a lot, but there are some instances where she gets pulled out of the woodwork to make an appearance for one reason or another. But yeah, there's a few Wriggle fans who like to use her for things, but I feel like as far as characterization goes, she's pretty much well and done, and people have pretty much finished every aspect of characterization with her they could think of, aside from certain, That's all I'm gonna say. However, personally, even though I'm not a huge Wriggle fan myself, I gotta say, I do like the little bastard a little bit more than I used to. I mostly blame the emote. But compared to Ichidan, I would say Wriggle is... Yeah, I'd like Wriggle more. Marissa and Patchy, this is not a contest in the slightest, but I will be sure to tell you anyway. I really like Patchy. I like Patchy's demeanor. I like Patchy's expression. I like Patchy's sassy nature. I like Patchy's ability to recite multiple incantations at once, making her a rap god. I like the Mukyu girl. I like Patchy's in all different forms she comes from. The pajama wearing goofball, the slightly cynical and depressing library hermit. But then in CDS, she's got a bit of a snark to her. I like all iterations of Patchouli. She's a fun character. It's just most of the time when she shows up in a video game, she's so incredibly projectile-based that I dislike dealing with it. She's a pretty versatile character, yeah. She can do a lot of different things. Like busy person Patchy. That's a fun Patchy. I love that Patchy. Now, Marissa, I know Marissa's a popular character, but Marissa's always been a character that I've never really particularly cared about, both in terms of personality and physical design. I don't hate Marissa at all. I don't mind that she's the main protagonist. I think stories with her are definitely better than stories without her. But it's just as far as characters go, she's not a character that I really, like, you know, lose my shit over, I suppose. Like, with the new Touhou game coming out, she's the main character, and some people were popping off that Marissa got her own game, and to me, I'm just thinking like, oh, Marissa's the star, neat. But like, I would have felt the same way about Reimu, right? If Reimu was the only character, I would have just been like, oh, Reimu's the main character, neat. Marissa being alone doesn't really do anything. Now, if it was like some, like, a character who's never, like, ever been a part of the game in any capacity, I would have been like, whoa, what's that going on there? Like, imagine if fucking, like, Tsukasa was the character you play as, or something like that. That'd be like, whoa, okay, what's going on here? Like, that I would be kind of interested in seeing what exactly, like, why is Tsukasa involved in this? But the fact that it's Marissa, that's fine, nothing wrong with that, but to me, it's just like, oh, Marissa's the star, okay. But I just think if characters like that, like Tsukasa, was playable, I'd be like, whoa, okay, why? I would want to know the reason why, right? Sumireko. Alright. Batchuli. Ellie and Orange? No, currently, Zun has, like, different phases where he puts the spotlight on different characters. So, originally that was Aya. The whole joke about, like, Aya being his wife, aside from the fact that his wife cosplayed as Aya, is that Aya got a lot of entries in canon after she debuted. She got her own book, and she came out in 9, then she was in, then she got her own game in 9.5, and then she came out as a fighter in 10, and then, she was in 10, and then she was in 10.5, and even though she wasn't involved in 12 or 13, she wasn't Hiso Tensoku, and also double spoilers. So she got a lot of things pretty in tandem. After that, it was Sanai. Sanai caused some controversy because she became the new character who replaced Sakuya, I guess. That was, I don't know, that somebody mentioned that in the comments before about how that was, and how it was kind of silly, and how eventually it stopped after Sakuya came back in the game. So then, and then after that, it was Sumireko more than anything. Sumireko got involved in, like, you know, she got involved in the game. She got her own spin-off game. She took over Curiosities, and then now we're currently on Mamizo, where Mamizo got her appearance in 13. She showed up in 13.5 and all the fighting games afterwards. She got an appearance in Forbidden Scrollery. She appeared in Forbidden Scrollery as a pretty big character. I'd say she was definitely a bigger role in that one. And she also got her own manga about last year with Lotus Eaters. So now Mamizo is currently Mamizo is currently on the Zun train, I suppose. He has a bunch of he has times where he ends up giving a lot of characterization in tandem to a character. Aya, Sanai, Sumireko, and now Mamizo. Anyway, Ellie and Orange. I like Orange's theme, but Orange is not really a character. Ellie's not a character either, but I kind of like that. I kind of like her design, and I like that she's got a star on her cheek. I just think of the Joestar family bloodline. Oh, there she is. It only took 2 hours and 41 minutes, but there she is. Finally. So, Sariel and Jun. Who do I like more? Well, I've already talked about Sariel, of course. Sariel's a cool design, but there's not much else to her other than that. But then Jun. Now let's talk about Yorigami Jun, alright? So, Jun is a character that she's a bit of a bastard. She's a brat. She's an egoist. She likes money. Whee! She likes money, but not in the sense of hoarding money. She likes spending money. She loses her money a lot as a result, but she always makes sure to spend it, so she's not really losing it. It's opposite of her sister. There are similarities to her sister in that neither of them can hold money for long, but the way in which Jun loses her money is vastly different. That's why she's decked out in accessories and stuff. Now here's what I like about Jun, aside from everything, of course. Let me narrow this down for you. So I like Jun because I like her personality. It's pretty rotten. I like her attitude as well, because it's also very fake. I also like that Jun is capable of throwing hands, and that her method of fighting is akin to Mr. Shakedown. She actually throws hands and will beat you senseless. That's fucking hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious to me. But here's the thing about Jun. A big part of Jun that I liked came from the Hina game. In the Hina game, there's a lot of characterization to Jun and the methods in which she goes about procuring money from unsuspecting victims. So, the way it is mentioned in canon is that Jun influences those around her into spending the money that they have themselves. So, they regret it, of course, afterwards, but they always do it of their own volition, even though they are being influenced by Jun. Now, ever since the events of 15.5, of course, Jun now only targets like people who can really afford to lose money. She doesn't just target anyone indiscriminately. However, Jun has never been about like stealing from savings accounts kind of thing. She doesn't necessarily bankrupt you, but she just makes it impossible to save money. But she won't just like end up putting you on the street in a box, you know? So, Jun does have a limo, yes. However, she has a chauffeur because when she summons the limo in her windscreen, it drives in. I don't know who's driving it though. But yeah, the thing is with Hina's millionaire lunch, it's explained that the way Jun gets money from people is not necessarily by like exerting influence in a more like possessive way, but more so that she just goes on dates with people with money and acts like the perfect date for them and then makes them spend money on her. And I like the characterization that is given to her in that, because she's portrayed as a character who does what she wants to get what she wants. But then there's also different aspects of her personality that slip through the cracks that I find are great. The idea that Jun is very careful about her figure and her weight. She always strives to maintain how she looks because it's an important aspect of who she is. However, she also goes on to say that she likes to chug beers and just like engorge on crab legs. So she's the kind of character who is very, she's very civilized, but also behind closed doors, she would definitely just like down a mug of beer and munch on crab legs. So she's a lot more relatable in that sense. but she does what she does to, you know, to fit the needs for her mark. I like that. I remember I asked a question before. I asked chat a question before about how many push-ups do you think Jun could do? And somebody in the comments actually had a really good answer. I really liked their answer. Their answer was Jun would do exactly as many push-ups as she would need to impress her date, but not to show them up. And I was like, you know what? That's absolutely correct. Jun would do just enough to be like, impress them, but she wouldn't go overboard and make them feel inferior. That's how good she is. Because you know that Jun's got some abs. She has to have abs. Because she works on her figure. Her figure is sublime. Because even though she eats all the finest stuff, she maintains how she looks perfectly. It's a hard job, that one, but she does it. She's very good at it. That's why she's a very pretty lady. So yeah, the idea of Jun is that she gets what she wants. She knows how to play the game, so to speak. But in actuality, she's pretty, I don't want to say uncivilized, but it's more like if she's not trying to put up the facade to get what she wants, her character is quite endearing, the raw contrast. And that's what I like about her. That's the aspect I like about her, is how she, like, you know, she mentions how she could easily, like, down a mug of beer and just, like, absolutely engorge herself on crab's life because they're so good. But for the sake of appearances, she doesn't do that. But she likes to do that when she can, you know? I wouldn't call her a slob, but I would say that her house is probably in slight, like, you know, it's not, like, as perfect as her persona is. Also, Jun can cook. She is capable of cooking, but she doesn't feel the need to cook because she can just get some poor sucker to buy her a fancy meal. However, she does know how to cook. There you go. Anyway, that was 5+ minutes of Jun propaganda. So these are reasons why I like the character as much as I do. Of course, there's also the fact that I just like her physical appearance, which is weird because usually I don't really go for these kinds of characters, the ones that are overly flashy. But I think it's because even though her physical appearance is that of like the rich princess persona, like her actual personality is far from it. She's definitely full of herself, but I think that's more endearing than anything. Again, when you like a character, it's very hard to see flaws or faults with them. So in my case, I don't see anything as a real flaw to her character. I like the idea of her getting up into a bunch of harebrained schemes to make money, like how she wants to become an oil baron in 17.5. I like the idea that her schemes will blow up in her face because she can't ever execute them properly. So yeah, there's just... How tall is she? She's not very tall. Xion is the tall one. I would put Jun... I don't know. I'd probably put her, like... Probably closer to Reimu height, I suppose. I would say, like, 5... Like, I don't know. 5'5", 5'4", maybe? I'm just thinking about that compared to me. Where would that put her on my body? I don't know. Maybe that's too short. I would say that she's pretty short, though. I would say she's more on the short. But she compensates for her height because her personality is very large, you know? She's a very grand character, despite her size. Xion's the tall one, though. But it's hard to really estimate how tall these characters truly are. I don't even know how tall 5'4" is, like, compared to me. I'm, like, just barely 6 foot, if not just under it. I might be 5'11". I haven't measured myself. But, like, I guess if I had to picture it, she would probably be around my chest height. Not my stomach, but my chest height. I don't know. The desire is to pick Jun up. How heavy is she? I'm not gonna ask her that though. Why do I want upper arm strength, chat? It's so I can pick Jun up. That's right. I can do that for her Fumo. But can I do that to the real thing? Maybe someday. That's what I strive to improve. Someday I'll be strong enough to pick her up. That's the ultimate goal. Doesn't Dorami mention in 15.5 that Jin would rather live a simple and modest life? Maybe. I don't remember anything like that. Maybe her dream world self-centered or something like that. But with again with Hina's millionaire lunch, Jun is, as I mentioned, Jun definitely, like, she plays up a persona because she's also influenced by her own ability, right? Her own ability to want to spend money, she's influenced by it as well. But if Jun didn't have that ability, I imagine she would probably be a little more relaxed, because she does like to enjoy the simple things in life. But her idea of the simple things in life ends up becoming inflated by her abilities, which make her want to spend a lot of money on them. So yeah, I think maybe that's something like that. Yeah. Jun did go to the temple, yeah. Jun's time at the Myoden temple was why she started changing, like, her targets from being indiscriminate to only those who could afford it. But she did run away. But yeah, there you go. There's my opinions on Jun. If she wasn't affected by her own ability, she'd probably be a lot more relaxed. I imagine she wouldn't be too different in terms of her personality and lifestyle. But I guess she'd probably be a little less careful about it. I don't know. So in conclusion, Sario wins? Of course. Nah. No, there you go. I have mentioned in the past reasons I like Jun, for sure. But there's a lot to the character that I think about that I think is neat. You might not necessarily agree with my summarization of the character, but that's the idea of the character that I like, that I think is mostly rooted in canon, but also definitely influenced by the Hina game. But the Hina game is also influenced by canon, so it's weird how that works, right? It's a bit weird how that works. But there you go. I like Jun for multiple different reasons. There's very little about her character that I dislike, for sure. Even though she is a character who is not well liked in the series, and she basically has no friends. I am a fan. I am a fan. That's all. Koishi and Yatsuhashi. Wow. Chat, I'm at 8%. Oh, no. It's for 3 hours. What happened? It will never end. Koishi and Yatsuhashi. So, as you know, I am not really a Koishi fan. She's not really my character. I'm very indifferent to her. A lot of her fandom interpretations kind of freak me out. They kind of freak me out. And I don't know, her appearance doesn't really do anything for me, which is kind of interesting because the entire character palette of Koishi is, like, literally inverted from her sister. Obviously, the hat is different. The hat is a different thing. But Koishi's colors are inverted from her sister's, and vice versa. If you invert the colors on Koishi or Satori, you get the other's outfit. It's crazy. She is inverted Satori. It's true. Let me see. Let me show you. Satori. Alright. Okay, alright, hold on. All right. Chat, how do you make the negative filter? Okay, so here's Satori, right? Here's Satori. All right. Oh shit, I was looking away. I don't know who rated. Thank you though. I'm about to invert Satori's colors once I figure out how to do it. Filters. Chat, I don't remember how to do this. Is it invert? There you go. See? Look at that. Oh, thank you, Matoi. So this is what happens when you invert Satori's colors. Look at that. And you get Koishi. You get the yellow outfit, the green skirt, the green hair, and the, well, purple blue, mostly purple. There's a few there's a few liberties to that. That's kind of cool, right? Now you're probably wondering, what about what if I take Koishi? What if I take Koishi and invert her? Koishi Touhou. Hold on, I need to make sure I get the right one. Okay. Alright. You know what it's gonna look like, of course, but it's fascinating. This is actually something I didn't know for a long time. TH11. Alright. Yeah, just open it. So then, now we have her sister, Koishi. And when we invert the colors there, look at that. That's kind of cool though, right? When you invert them, they end up dressed like each other. And that's a really cool thing that I never knew. Now, the eye color is a little different, of course, but it's mostly the outfit aspect, which is very undeniable. It's really cool. I think that's really cool, personally. It's probably something that a lot of people knew about. It's something a lot of people knew about, but I figured I'd show it off anyway, just in case you didn't. Same thing happens when you invert Jun, you get Xion. I don't believe you, but now I have to check. Hold the fuck on. You're lying. You are fibbing through your teeth, my guy. There's no way. Where is it? Do I not have... Okay, there it is. Hold on. Alright. Alright. I have this image that I put together before. So here's these two. If I invert this, there's no way, right? Well... Xion got set on fire, apparently. Green. Okay. Xion's hair caught on fire. She just turned to Moko, yeah. This is fine. She turned into Super Moko. That's kind of whack. Jun doesn't turn to Xion, though. I mean, she does turn blue, but... I guess there is some similarities to the coloration, if you think about it. Dude, look how clean that looks, though. Like, that's a clean fire right there. That's actually kind of sick. Wow. Cool. Wow, flipping negatives on characters is actually kind of pog. You get some neat designs there. Okay. Alright. I've been sidetracked near for a little bit now. Yatsuhashi and Koishi. So yeah, Koishi, as I said, not a character I really vibe with. A lot of the fandom interpretations don't really do much for me. I have a similar feeling to the character that the characters in universe feel towards her. Meanwhile, no more negatives. I'm not flipping negatives anymore. I'm gonna get so distracted if I keep doing that. Just invert all the fucking characters. Touhou sorter based on who looks the best in inverted colors. All right, I'm gonna write that down for the future. We're gonna write that down. Write that down. I got a new idea, baby. I got a new idea. Might be a tier list, not a sorter. In the future, chat. In the future, I just gotta find and save every single image of a Touhou character. Alright, but Yatsuhashi is a character who is very unfortunate. Not a bad character by any means, but not really a character to begin with. Her biggest claim to fame is that her name is often not Benben. People have difficulty remembering her name compared to her sisters, so they often call her not Benben. And I am fully to blame. Not my fault, but I am somebody who did that as well. I 100% did that myself. I did not know her name for a long time, so I just called her not Benben. However, I do know her name now in full. People like her sister more, yeah. You'd have to look at the popularity polls to know the difference, but I do believe that Benben is a more popular character of the two. But I don't think Yatsuhashi's bad by any means. She's a fine character. Would I say she's like groundbreaking, revolutionary design? No. Would I be surprised if she said she was in your top 10? Yeah. Yeah, I would. Would I be surprised if you said you thought she was neat? No. No, I wouldn't. But you know, the problem with the Tsukumo sisters is they don't have a lot to go off of to begin with. That's kind of a shame. Koishi definitely has some moments, and she is a popular character. Maybe not so much with me, but at least in when you compare these two, I definitely like Koishi a little bit more. But even then, I really am not the biggest Koishi fan. Narumi and Wagasaki Hime. Now, I said earlier that when it comes to the grassroots yokai, I liked Wagasaki Hime and I liked Sekibanki more than I like Kagero. Even among Wagasaki Hime and Sekibanki is the one I like the most by far. But again, not to say I dislike the others, of course. I do like Wagasaki Hime, but also there's not really much there for her. She's just kind of, you know, she's a fish. She's a fish lady, that's all. That's all. Murasa's, well, there are some characters in canon that are better known for their last names than their first names. So yeah, in the case of Murasa, as your example there, Murasa's first name is Minamitsu, but everyone calls her Captain Murasa, so everyone just refers to her as Murasa. Sukuna is another one. Shinmyo-maru Sukuna, that's first and last name, but Sukuna is so much easier to say and remember that everyone just calls her Sukuna. Or they call her Shimi, a nickname. But no one ever really calls her Shinmyo-maru, and no one calls Murasa Minamitsu. There are some characters that we just don't use the first names for, because they're either the characters in universe don't use them, or they're on the longer end and they're a bit of a pain in the ass to remember, so you just pick the easier name of the two. That's all. So yeah, Narumi and Wagasaki Hime. I enjoy Wagasaki Hime. I have no problems with her ever showing up. But I gotta admit, when it comes to these two characters, Narumi is the one I like more. Oh. The river rafting. Yeah, that's an article in Alternative Facts where Aya writes about a river rafting competition and how it's duos, but the duo is Wagasaki Hime and Sukuna. So it's essentially just Wagasaki Hime swimming through the river with Sukuna on her head, and it counts. It's legal as a pair, so they're really, really good, and they get first place by like a large margin. I don't know about that part, but they do get first place because their team consists of someone who can actually swim and someone who does not need to be a part of the process at all. I don't like Urami's design. What aspect of it? Personally, I think her outfit is weird. I don't mind. I like the dual hair color. I just think her outfit is really weird. That's all. I don't have any problem with her otherwise. I just think her top and her bottom are strange. I know she's got boobs, but that's not a reason to dislike a character. If having boobs was a reason to dislike a character, I wouldn't like anyone in this series. Her outfit is really weird, yeah. Her outfit is really fucking weird. It doesn't make any sense to me. I guess Zun wanted to take very extra steps to make it as flaccid as possible to not excite the young blood. You know what I mean? Because we already know that he went above and beyond to give her chesticles. But I guess he really wanted to make sure the outfit did not flatter her in the slightest. They're too huge and they get the fandom really hot and heavy. Well, I got, you know, despite that about Urumi, there are definitely more characters that get more art than Urumi, and definitely pack the ballistics, so to speak. Despite Urumi's size, she still doesn't get that much in the way of fan art, but I will admit most of the fan art she gets usually swings that in that direction. Kogasa. Every character, dude. Every character. I promise you, there is art of literally every character in the series with a big chest. Every single one of them. There are no exceptions to this rule. Because that's the magic. Chat, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to share with you a secret about chest sizes. Alright? And this is, now before you raise your eyebrows at me, alright? Watch your fucking eyebrows. I'm going to tell you why a small chest is objectively better than a large chest. Alright? Listen to me. This is very important. I need you to listen very carefully. When you have a character with a large chest, they can only be drawn with a large chest. Okay? Alright, you understand? You understand what I mean? Now, when you have a character with a small chest, you can have that character drawn with both a small chest or a large chest. You get the best of both worlds. Kinda spittin'? Bro, I might as well be a dragon right now with how hot this flame is. You gotta understand, the smaller a character's chest size is in canon, the more creative liberties that artists can take with them, and you can have any small-chested character have whatever cup size you want. But if you have a character who already has a large cup size, you can't just pop those balloons and call it a day. It doesn't work that way. But it works the other way. It's strange. It's a strange thing, you know? It's a strange thing. You can, the artistic liberties are allowed to increase the size, but they are forbidden from decreasing the size. This is the law of the chest. I didn't make this, I don't make these rules, alright? But I understand them, and I respect them, because it means that me and you, chat member of nondescript name, we both get what we want out of the character art-wise, even if we have different opinions on what's going on upstairs. You understand? Do you understand what I mean when I say this? This is why we can coexist as a society, because we can enjoy, as long as the base size is low enough, we can enjoy all sizes as a result. So anyway, yes, we're back to cow and fish here. Also, chat, this is off the record. This is off the record. You didn't hear this from me, but you know, characters that traditionally have a smaller chest often have a stronger emphasis on a different part of the body, which you know, may or may not be where my tastes lie. You know, that's I'll shove your eyebrows. Take your eyebrows and shove it, my guy. It's true though. If you're not focused on the top, you're focused on the bottom. And let me tell you, that's where I am. All right? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's right. Get that monocle in there. That's right. Take that eyebrow away. Put that monocle on. This isn't eyebrow raising stuff. This is This is high class banter right now. All right? High class banter. All right. Where am I? High class. There you go. All right. Holy shit, what a distraction. Where am I? Urumi or Wagasaki Hime? Well, one's a fisher and one's a fish. I've revealed all of my secrets, chat. I can't hide anything. Oh, whoops. I can't hide anything from you. I've simply exposed myself to my audience today. I don't know, man. This is what the conversation turns into. Because physical appearance ties into why we like characters, no matter how much you try to deny it. So, physical appearance is what I end up talking about a lot of the time, alongside of character personalities. Because let's face it, our first impression of a character is always what they look like, and that can usually make or break how we feel about them. I pick fish. Hekatia and Chen. Okay. I dig Chen. I like Chen. Chen's fun. Chen's a fun character. Hekatia is a character I have warmed up to over the years for sure. I like her. I like her when she hangs out with Clown. She's a good friend. A good parental figure to Clown. She's pretty cool. Her outfit takes some getting used to though. But honestly, I've been in the game for so long. I like Chen. I like Chen a lot. Chen is always Chen has never not shown up and been like a displeasurable experience, you know? Whenever Chen shows up, she's always having a good time, or like I see her and I'm like, "Yo, Chen!" You know, like Chen always does that for me whenever I see her. She's always a big moment when she shows up, because she's just a fun character. That's all. She's a fun character. That's all. Hikatia is cool too, but comparatively, it's got to be Chen. Kogasa and Rika. Oh man. Now this one's easy because Kogasa is a great character. I think Rika's pretty cool as well, but there really isn't anything on Rika aside from her mechanical know-how. But even then, there's not much to go off of. Also, there's the fact that Rika dies at the end of Touhou too. Just not gonna elaborate on that. So yeah, Kogasa. Sarah and Rika. You know, the first time I saw Sarah was in Puppet Dance Performance, and I had no idea who she was. I seriously had no clue who she was. I looked at her and I was just like, who is this? What game did this character come from? It's not my favorite character, that's for sure. I do think Rika is potentially an interesting character. I wish there was more to her than what we got, but unfortunately she didn't make it past Touhou 2. Sarah's the stage 1 boss of Mystic Square, yes. Mystic Square is Sarah, Luis, Alice, Mai, Yuki, Yumeko, Shinki, and then Alice again for extra. But Sarah spins for what, like 10 seconds maybe. She just explodes and you never see her again. The characters of Touhou 5 had even less time to grow because they were the last game. Oh, we got the God of the Marketplace and the Marketplace. Now this doesn't come to any surprise, because as most of you know, I think Shimada is adorable. I think she's a goofball. I mean, just look at this art. This art says it all, really. She has this goofy pose. She's got this goofy outfit. She's got this big goofy smile. It's hard not to look at her and be like, aw. Even though, you know, she's the God of the Marketplace. It's alright, I'll spend, you know, her and Jun would be friends. Here's your triple power hour, chat. We got Yorigami Jun, we got Tenkyu Shimada, and we got Onozuka Komachi. We got A, the lady with the money. B, the lady who likes to spend the money. And C, the lady who runs the market in which the money is spent. These three characters together, they join together to create a prosperous economy for all. That's the power of these three characters. The thing is, Komachi has so much money that she doesn't know what to do with it, so she just uses it in her Danmaku. Oh man. And you have Renosuke. Renosuke's a fine character. I have no issues with Renosuke. I actually find Fanon Renosuke to be a lot more fun because in canon he's a tall boy. He likes to ramble a lot, but he's also kind of like he's also a bit of a recluse. But then in Fanon he rips his suit off and he's absolutely fucking jacked. He's wearing a fundoshi. He's just the pinnacle of manly handsomeness. Like, I love the idea that Renosuke represents everything that John Touhou wants to be. He is handsome, he's muscular, and he is powerful. That's the Renosuke that I like. The true Chad. The true Chad of the series. He's packing so much muscle under that outfit, but he just doesn't want to flex. Because he can't shoot Danmaku, but if you went to his house and asked him to square up, he would step outside and take his shirt off. And you know, you ever see that episode of SpongeBob where they the Fry Cook games, where SpongeBob rips off his towel, and he's like, you know, he's like absolutely fucking jacked under that thing? Like, that's Renosuke. Renosuke is just hiding his power level in a specially tailored suit. And then when you piss him off, you step outside, and you're just like, oh, you want a damn Maku duel? And he's like, no. And he just rips his front off, and then he just like girths up 3 fucking stories size-wise. And he's like, all right, let's go. Yep, Fandom Renosuke is either a goof or a Giga Chad. But my favorite Renosuke is Giga Chad. Because I love the idea of him being an absolute, like, pinnacle of masculinity. He is what I aspire to be. I need the absolute champion's body that Renosuke spouts in fandom. That's what I need in my life. That's what I need in my life right there. Gotta practice my running animation too in the future. And then, of course, as I said, we have Shimada. I think Shimada is just adorable. I don't know. I really, like, when I first saw her, the first thing I thought of when I saw her was that she was blue-haired and rainbow-wearing Yumemi. That's what I saw. There were similarities to that character that I saw I couldn't, like, get out of my head. But I really like Shimada based on her, just kind of like her physical appearance and her goofy-looking nature. I think she's adorable, and she, like, I think a lot of other people would agree with me when they say that her appearance and pose strikes me as, like, a very innocent kind of, like, she's not really here to make trouble kind of thing, and she's mostly just, you know, she's a goofball. A lighthearted goofball. That's what I really like about her. That's kind of what captivated me. Her outfit is also silly as fuck. So there's that. Her role in 18.5, she's definitely involved in some capacity, but I feel like she's only going to be involved by name, because Marissa's the one who's doing the dirty work. So Shimada probably will show up either simply in name or just to, like, talk to the protagonist and be like, here's what you're doing. Her outfit is the right amount of Final Fantasy with the amount of zippers. That's true. She has about as much zippers on her outfit as Rufus Shinra has belts on his coat. Anyway, yeah, so again, I like Renosuke. He's pretty cool. He's an impressive character to stand on his own 2 feet in a series full of women. But, like, the sole male character representation we get is still a strong character in his own right. It's quite impressive. But yeah, Shimada is definitely the one I like here. Yashie and Mimi-chan, that's not really a hard question. I mentioned earlier about how I feel about Yashie. I think she's capable of being a really interesting character. And I like the aspects of her personality that are a little on the shadier side. But I also respect her a lot. even if she is conniving and probably, as a result, cowardly. I kind of respect her attitude towards things, and that's why I like her as a character. It's a weird thing to say, I know. I wouldn't want to engage with her, but I can respect the way she runs the ship, you know? There's a reason she's in charge, after all. And then Mimi-chan is, you know, a mafia boss or a missile heading in her direction. Well, probably the missile, but maybe Yashie has some crazy power, like a tortoiseshell shield, where she just blocks the explosion, and that wins her an insane amount of street cred. If you called Yashie cute, she would probably strangle you. I don't know, that's just my opinion. I'm just thinking about it. Well, chat, there's another tier list. There's another tier list. How would characters react if you called them cute? Yashie would probably strangle you. That's the goal. Monka Giga! Oh, it's bro. I hope you weren't raising eyebrows when I was talking earlier. Because if you were raising eyebrows to me, chat, right there, that streamer is now raising an eyebrow. Alright? Streamer is now raising his eyebrow. Saying shit like that. A tier list based on how characters would react if you called them cute. I feel like Yashie would not take you seriously. Or she would just like snicker at you and like look at you with disgust, and it would make you feel really bad. Or she would strangle me. Honestly, I'd rather she strangle me because that would hurt more physically than emotionally. So I'm judging you? You were judging me the whole time! Listen, whenever chat judges me with these goddamn eyebrows. But you know, when I have an opinion that is agreeable to the masses, I expect to see the monocle, because that's how you know. That's my chat engagement for the day. Chat either looks at me like I'm fucked, or they look at me like I am a class act. All right. The Shinra Bancho Yashie, bro. I'll be real with ya. That bitch is scary. Whoa. She is scary in that one. 100% scary in that one. I wouldn't fuck with that. Nuh-uh. I like this Yashie. I like tiny man hands Yashie. Ben and Mimi. Ben. Keiki and Genji. That song is great. Yeah, Charismatic Purgatory Goddess is fantastic. I can't believe the art is done by Joyful, though. I really can't. Like, that is such good range. The art for that PV is done by the guy who made the Osana Reimu comic, and also the guy who did the art for the Seiya and the Oni drinking PVs. It's insane. Actually insane. I had no idea it was him for the longest time until somebody told me, and I checked the credits. I was like, what? It's a good PV. It's a great PV. There's actually a lot of interesting details in it as well. One of my favorite aspects of that PV is that it shows all four of the Animal Mafia members together. However, both Yuma and the fourth member are cloaked because they have not been revealed yet. Yuma, of course, has been revealed, but their coloration's kind of like matched. So the color, like Saki and Yashie were there, but Yuma in a purple robe. So the purple robe covered all aspects of them, so you couldn't see who they were. And there was a fourth faction with them. I think they were yellow, because there's actually four animal factions that exist, but we don't know anything about the fourth faction. We don't even know what animals they're represented of them. So that was a very, very good, it was a very, very good, like, attention to detail that I was really impressed by when I saw it. He made the PV for Sagame and Seiga. Yeah, Seija, I remember that one, yeah. He made a Suika Kasen series as well, which I have not read yet. Someday. Joyful is very talented. He's very, very talented. Alright, back to what I'm... Okay, so Keiki. Keiki, as we know, is the boss of the human faction for the animal spirits. She was summoned by the human spirits because they didn't like how they were being treated, and she basically took over as their god and tried to take control of the situation. She spread her Haniwa out among the animal realm as well to kind of gain control of it. So, a lot of people believe that Keiki herself is the good guy of the series of 17, But I don't think it's as black and white as that, because the whole idea of the animal realm is that it's a dystopian society regardless of which end you end up on. Whether you're on Keiki's end or the animal's end, it's a dystopian society. That was the idea behind it. Now, that's not to say that Keiki is bad and animals are good, or even like the opposite. I just think that it's a lot more complicated than just labeling one side as good and one side as bad. Because the animal realm itself is chaotic, and also located next door to hell. So yeah, there's that. And then Genji. Everybody loves Genji. Yes, Genji's a turtle. He runs. He's a turtle and he runs. There's not much else to him nowadays. I love Touhou Soccer Genji because he's just a real turtle. He's just a real turtle. He's just a turtle, dude. When I first saw him and the way he runs, I was like, bro, you know I had to get an emote of that. Turtle time, baby. Yeah, Genji canonically still exists in Windows era, but he's in retirement. He's retired. That's all. So yeah, Keiki and Genji. My opinion of Keiki is not a bad one at all. But I don't really know how I feel about her. I don't feel as strongly about her as I do the Animal Realm Mafia leaders, because even though I said that I don't think Keiki is inherently just the good to the animal's bad, like, I don't see Keiki in a similar fashion. I do feel like she's pretty different from the animal factions. So it's hard to really, I wouldn't call her a bad guy at all. But I guess there's something about her that is interesting. I don't know. It's weird. Her personality doesn't really seem like that of, like the Animal Realm people at all. There weren't any negative connotations to her personality. I do like the idea that she's the producer of Idols and the Idolmaster parodies kind of deal. I like that one. Was Genji shown in the mangas? I don't believe Genji has ever made a canon appearance. No. But from what we've heard from like an interview with Zun, when asked about what Genji is up to, he said that Genji is retired at the Hakude Shrine in a pond. So, if you've ever played Touhou Puppet Dance Performance or Misty as Izakaya, you'll see that there's actually references to that statement, because Genji is chilling in a pond at the Hakude Shrine. He's just chilling there. He's retired. He's living the rest of his life out. You know what's funny about Genji is, according to Story of Eastern Wonderland, Reimu caught Genji like Pokemon style. Like, she caught Genji like Pokemon style. And then Genji ended up being like her pet turtle. Which is fucking whack. Him saying Genji is retired kind of feels like a parent trying to say your pet goldfish is sleeping. Damn, bro. Damn. That kind of hurts. Why can't Genji just be alive and well in his puddle? His little pond. He's just chilling, protecting the place. Sorry, I can't help you. I'm retired. Oh, look, you made chat sad. You made yourself sad. Oh my god. Alright. Keiki Genji. As much as I like Genji, I feel like he's more of a gag than anything. But even then, like, I can't say I really, like, particularly love Keiki, you know? She's not really my character, that's all. So I would honestly say I like Genji more than her. Dude, I'm stalling so long, my mouse is actually going into sleep mode. That's the second time it's done that. Star and Yugi. Can you believe it's been 3.5 hours and this is the first time I'm seeing Yugi on my screen? So, my opinion of Yugi. I don't dislike her. Yugi was one of my least favorite characters for some time, for various reasons. I don't know why, I just didn't really jive with her. I guess it's because she's another one of those characters who's really hard to see as cute. Although I have seen some art. Particularly, Chad, if you're probably familiar with him. He's the egg boy. Sunny Side Up. He's definitely like the biggest Yugi artist that I know. but he has drawn some Yugi that I have like I was just baffled because he was able to portray such a big and like burly and muscular character as adorable. Like I was genuinely impressed that he was able to portray such a character in such a cute fashion. Like that takes skill. It takes the love of the character to be able to portray them how you want it like that. But he's also capable of portraying Yugi in a lot more, you know, a lot of a cooler, dare I say, sexier portrayal as well. Her outfit is very strange, yes. The artist, sunny side up. I believe there's numbers in there as well. I think it's 24 or 54. I'm afraid I don't remember. Probably the biggest Yugi fan that I follow, or even know. Yugi's got a good outfit in 17.5, yeah. Yeah, he's the guy who makes the Neat Satori comic, yeah. But yeah, just Yugi was like, I really like Suika. I've always really liked Suika. I've warmed up Kasen a lot as I read Wildhorn Hermit, but Yugi was always a character that I didn't really care about. But I guess something changed, and I came to like her more than I used to. Would I say she's my favorite? Far from it. Very far from it. But I can understand the appeal. You know, I said this before, but like, Suika is the character. Suika is the Oni you want to pick up. Yugi is the Oni that picks you up, you know? So that's how I feel. Maybe I just want to be picked up by Yugi. Maybe that's why I like her. Is that so wrong? Is that so wrong? I'm judging anyone who puts emotes in chat right now. I'm watching you. I'll make it a mental note on how you judge what I just said. I'm watching you. Listen, men will often deny it, but there's nothing wrong with an Amazon. Alright? There's nothing wrong with an Amazon, lady. They all tickle a secret deep down that we all don't know we have yet. You have to experience it to understand. That's all. But no, Yugi's pretty cool. Some people tend to draw her absolutely fucking jacked, which is insane. She's obviously got muscles, so that's not surprising to me at all. But yeah, Yugi is definitely... Yugi's a strong lady. That's for sure. It takes a man to satisfy a man. Oh, what a line. What a line. Don't be lazy, you gotta carry her. Bro, I'd try. I'd try. I don't know my weight limit. Here's the thing, chat. You want a true king answer to something? If you go to pick someone up and you're struggling and they ask you, am I too heavy? You don't say they're too heavy. Here's what you say, alright? You say, no, you're not heavy, I'm just too weak. That's king shit right there. Alright? You're too weak. You gotta work on that. King shit. Simply become stronger. That's all you must do. That's the kind of shit you say to Yugi to get bonus points. That's right. That's right. This is how you earn your bonus points. Onis like 3 things. They like strength and honesty and some other third thing. But they strongly value strength and honesty. So as long as you are trying your best and being honest and straightforward with them. Oh, they also value courage, but I guess you could also, like, you know, bravery, courage, strength can all be kind of wrapped up into the same thing. That's what Oni like in humans. So if you want to hang out with Onis, you need to be tough and you need to be brave. And that's a hard order when you're staring at, like, Yugi is probably taller than me. But for some people, looking at Yugi means you're either getting a face full of, you know, anyway, moving on. I didn't want to go there, but then it went there, and then I couldn't fix it. I couldn't correct its course, so I'm just crashing the car right now. I'm just crashing the car. Look, man, she's taller than me. She's taller than me, so if I'm looking straight at her, I'm either looking at her mouth, I'm looking at her neck, or I'm looking at her chest. Some people, however, are going to be looking at her abs, which, by the way, are going to be very refined. No matter what you're looking at, you're getting a feast. Alright? Alright. And then you have Star Sapphire, who I talked about earlier. I like Star. Do I like Star more than Yugi? I don't know. What's my opinion on Yug nowadays? Hasn't really changed that much. The more I think about it, the more I'm not sure. Cause I do like Yugi. I appreciate Yugi a lot more than I used to. I guess I wish he showed up more. I know when Yugi first showed up, when Yugi first showed up, I was kind of disappointed because it was the first link to Oni since Suika, and Suika I really liked from the beginning. But Yugi didn't really have as much impact as Suika did, so I was kind of like, oh, you know, Yugi needs more roles like Suika and Kasen have gotten. That's all. This is Sakuya's mix from 10.5, I believe. Yeah, oh no, it's 7.5. Luna Clock, Luna Dial from Immaterial Missing Power. Was Yugi ever playable? No. Yugi has never been playable in any canon game. In fact, I'm not even sure how many fan games where she's a playable character. Now, okay, I figured it out. So I said before, I really like the fairies. I've always had a soft spot for the fairies, and in recent times, I've come to just appreciate how innocent they are. You know? Like, the thing I like about the fairies the most is that they really just remind you why things are good in the world. They're just there to have fun. They're not there to take part in any crazy drama, any nonsense, anything like that. They're just there to enjoy life for what it is. And just seeing these characters doing that, it's a welcome thing. It really is. It's a very welcome thing. Letty White Rock. I like Yugi more than Letty. Letty is just not really a character to me. She doesn't really register to me as a character, like, at all. I'm sorry to say, there are some characters that, like, you know, there are characters I dislike, and then there are characters that I just feel really nothing towards. They exist, I don't mind when they show up, but I have zero expectations for them to do anything, so I have no real opinion either way for them. Is it a hot take that Cinderella K is my favorite song? Well, no, not everything has to be a hot take. You can just say it's your opinion. You don't have to dress every opinion up as if it's in the minority. My favorite stage theme is Heartfelt Fancy. I don't think that's a hot take. I don't think that's a cold take. That's just my favorite one. Cinderella Cage is one of the most popular stage themes in general, because it's often portrayed as it's often seen as taste theme anyway. It's a good theme. I think it's okay to just like and dislike things, regardless of if it's the popular or unpopular opinion. Example, I like Jun, and as we've already discussed at an earlier stream, there is only one Jun fan in the entire world, and he's not even me. The only Jun fan in the entire world is Jun herself, so I am a fake fan. It's just how it be. That's fine. No, that's fine. It's fine. I don't want to put you on the spot or anything like that. It's just like, you know, we're just here. We're not really here to, my chat specifically, I suppose. We're our own little stupid bubble. It's not really about flinging opinions around. You can think whatever you want. There are people in chat who have opinions on characters that I strongly disagree with, but I don't mind, because that just makes discussion. The important thing is that they don't get extremely hot and bothered when I even slightly suggest that I don't like their character that they like. That's all. That's all. If I like the music I like the characters I like, and you like the characters you like, and you like the music you like. Maybe we have common ground, maybe we are very different people in that sense, but that's fine. As long as we don't harass each other over it, doesn't matter if our opinions are different. But also, our opinions differing doesn't mean either of us has to stand out in the spotlight about whose opinion is better, you know? It's just our opinions. Bad opinion? Shut the fuck up. That's a bad opinion. Alright. Where am I? Eternity and Kaguya. So I used to really like Eternity because I thought she was neat, and I was really interested in what she could do. But that feeling actually has petered out quite a bit because she just hasn't done anything since. I do think that she has potential to do a lot, but we haven't seen it yet. And Kaguya, for example, well, not for example. I was just gonna say, Kaguya is a character that I don't particularly like. As far as Lunarians go, I'm probably the most fine with her, if only just because I like the idea of her being more of a shut-in / like curious. Like, one of my favorite Kaguya iterations is the one where she's extremely curious about the world around her, but Eden doesn't really let her go out. Like, we learned in CDS that she actually slips out and visits the human village on occasion without Eden knowing. So I like that Kaguya. The Kaguya who is more, you know, just more curious about the fun things on Earth. Instead of the, oh, I'm a Lunarian, so I'm better than you. I don't like that characterization. I also don't like the characterization that pins her as an insane person. So there's not a lot about Kaguya that I really like, but there's also not a terribly huge amount that I dislike. There are aspects to her that I do enjoy, but I would say she's more on the end of I don't particularly care. It's slightly on the cusp of, like, I dislike her. That's all. People portray her as insane. This is an old thing. This is a really old thing. Like, I'm talking, like, back when Dojins with when Imperishable Night was relatively new. Because the moon, the full moon is said to inflict insanity, right? So there were portrayals of Kaguya where her long life had led to her being a bit of a sociopath. Because, you know, she just no longer understands the concepts of, like, mortals, I suppose. So she just kind of goes a bit crazy because she's been alive for so long. You don't see that, like, at all anymore. Only got into mid-21. Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm also speaking, like, I got into the series in 2017, but I did read some doujins from way back when, and I noticed that happened quite a bit. That did happen quite a bit in Kaguya-focused stories. Times change. Memes die. There are a lot of old memes that don't really exist anymore that you probably don't know about. That probably I don't know about, honestly. Or maybe you've heard, like, in passing and you're like, I've never seen that before. Like, Sakuya's pads, for example. Like, that's a meme that comes from almost 20 years ago now. But that's not a meme, like, anyone talks about anymore. But some people still know it. That kind of deal. There's a lot of things that happened 10 years ago. Touhou's big fandom boom was around 2009 to like 2011. It was huge on the internet. So a lot of the memes, a lot of the subculture really came from that era. So here we are 10 years later from that, where some of us are just getting into it now and we don't really know that stuff. But that's fine because that just means there's more to learn. Take it at your own pace. There's a lot to digest. Revive the pads. No, you know what I want revived? I want the SDM constantly exploding. I want that to come back. That's fucking funny. The SDM literally just goes kaboom all the time. That, to me, that's comedy gold. Anyway, back to what I'm doing here. 10%. Eternity Larva is a great character. The Bad Apple Shadow video was August 2008. That shit old, dude. Shit's old. Oh, man. My August 11, 2020 Subterranean Animism normal attempts. Holy fuck. You know what? I beat that game on hard mode. I felt pretty good about that one. Chad, I'm telling ya. I'll be returning to Touhou soon. I've been thinking about it. Gonna ease my way back into it. When? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I'm thinking about it. Anyway, I gotta go with Eternity Larva here. Eternity Larva has definitely fallen way out of favor from where she was before, but in terms of Kaguya, I would say probably more than Kaguya. There are still aspects of Kaguya's character that I do like myself, though. Moko and Kasen. Entering a new franchise and being overwhelmed by info. Well, in my case, I took it very slow. I took it one game at a time. So I could have time to, like, actually digest each character instead of just jumping from game to game to game to game. Of course, I watched my playthroughs after a certain extent because I could not beat UFO. And now I'm all caught up and I'm very familiar with a lot of characters, and I would say the thing is, chat, you're definitely a lot more familiar with things that you have a strong interest in. For example, I would like to say I'm very knowledgeable about Pokemon stuff. Odds and ends, maybe not more punctual data. Same with this series. I know all the characters by name, I know a lot of their individual lores, and I know all the stories and stuff. There are bits and pieces that I don't remember full details to, but I remember a lot about this this series. More than I ever thought would be possible for me to remember because of how much I enjoy it. So I think that just goes to show how much I like this series, that I'm able to actually memorize shit like this, because when it comes to memorization, I'm really fucking bad at it. And if I don't care about it, then I'm not remembering any of it. PCB is a fine one. EOSD can actually be a bit tricky to once you see if it's your first game, because there's some QOL stuff missing, and well, the game is also less pattern-based and a little more akin to throwing shit in your face. But everybody starts somewhere. Know a lot about One Piece? That's what I mean, right? Like, if I try to talk about One Piece to you, I could tell you like 3 characters' names, but then you could probably be like, you could probably recite like every single arc and every arc's major villain if you really, really like the series, right? Like, I can talk about DBZ the exact same way. I can talk about all the characters, all the arcs, all the plot line. Like, I can talk DBZ like all day. I love DBZ. It's great. But if you were to ask me about like Bleach or something like that, I would be like, the guy's name is Ichigo, right? Cloud Ichigo. Getting into the characters is part of the fun. Because odds are, I think there are a lot of characters that we see fan art for first, and then we're like, oh, I gotta learn more about them. And then you see their canon art, and you're like, oh. Like, imagine your first piece of Sakuya art you saw was, like, just something crazy, like, gorgeous, beautiful. And then you play EOSD and Sakuya shows up, and you're like, what happened? like, Sakuya is obviously an extreme example, but I do think it's funny to see the, like, I even made a, I made a point of that. So if those of you who saw my Touhou video, the second one, I made a contrast, like, check out, like, I made a comparison of art styles to official Touhou, and I compared Touhou 2's Reimu, and then I immediately put her up next to Reimu sitting from EOSD's, like, main menu. That was the comparison I made. Touhou 2's Reimu to EOSD main menu Reimu. And when I ask you which one of those two was drawn by the canon creator, it's a bit of a, you know, it's silly. It's silly, but like, it's not meant to be malicious or anything. It's not like saying like, oh, the fans are so much better. But I think the idea is funny because you see different characters portrayed in a different art style. Like, as you can see right here, this is all fan art as well. But then you compare it to the official canon first appearance artwork of said characters, and you're just like, huh, how did you get that from this? Komajo Vermilia comes out on Thursday? Bro, I might cave. I might buy it on Steam, even though I'm waiting for a physical copy, because I really want to play that game. A buff Yugi. Buff Riku? This is Diaries art, yes. D-A-I-R-I. He's pretty much done this for every single character in the series. He makes Alfie's style, and he's okay with people using it as long as it's not used for like as long as it's not used without credit and not used as like what's the word, like for like monetization kind of deal. It's essentially stock photography, yeah. It's very helpful. It's very nice. You are allowed to use these images as long as you're not using them with the intent of like profiting off the images themselves, and you give proper credit. Kassen's first appearance wasn't Zun art. No, that's true. There are a few characters whose first appearances weren't Zun art. However, concept art probably does exist of them, so technically speaking, yeah, commercialization, monetization. That's what it is. Like I can put the art on a thumbnail with permission, because the thumbnail is fine. It's not like the thumbnail's making me money. But if I was like selling stickers of his art or something like that, that would be bad. That would go against his that would go against it. And you know, it's really not hard to credit an artist if the only thing an artist asks you to do is credit their work when you use it, it's not that hard to do. Yet somehow this has become a problem in the world. Alright, I've gotten distracted, chat. But it's okay, because there is literally zero chance we were finishing this today, and I have no idea how I've gone nearly 4 hours, and I'm only 10% of the way done. How the fuck did that happen? Do I really get that sidetracked? Like, do I just not know how long I talk for or something? Because I don't feel like I've been here for nearly 4 hours. I just don't. Yet the amount of progress I've actually made is 10%. That's not good. Whoops. I credit all the art that I use, even if it's like a small little bit of a thing. Yes. If I've ever forgotten to do that, then please let me know, because I'm not a perfect human being either. I've made mistakes before with that kind of thing. Image inversion, chest size, buff girls, turtle, Sakria. Man, we got the topics rolling. Well, part of being a streamer is getting sidetracked, right? Today's Sunday? My guy, today is Saturday. Sunday comes in 3 hours. At least according to my time zone. Alright, so Moko and Kassen. So as I said earlier, Moko is a character that I've definitely fallen out of favor, but I still appreciate her. Kassen is a character that people have mixed feelings on for sure. I personally am okay with her, but I think she's more so on the end of like, when she shows up, it's mostly just a neat for me, you know, like I just see a, huh, neat. Now that said, as we know, Kassen holds a bit of a milestone, a bit of a small record, I suppose. I don't know the best way to say this. She has a little bit of a claim to fame with her character. Just a little bit. Just a little one. She's got a monkey paw. But yeah, Kassen is a bit of a strange character for sure. I wouldn't know what to say her popularity falls under. But I feel like her attitude and personality can rub people the wrong way very easily. But also, I don't think there's too much really wrong with her. I think she's cool. I like her. I like her. No, I didn't say anything, chat. I didn't say anything. See, chat knows. Chat already knows what I'm talking about, and I'm not even saying it. But if I had said it, then chat would have spammed the eyebrow emoji again. Because that's what you do, chat. That's what you do. You all know exactly what I'm talking about, but as soon as I say it, you act like you had no idea what I was talking about, and that you're innocent. I've said it before on stream. You literally cannot prove that. You just can't. You cannot prove that. There is no physical evidence that you can prove that with. And as soon as you find the video that supposedly exists in, then I suppose it will magically disappear. Alright? How's that sound? Checkmate, asshole. I got you. I got you now. Both of these characters are fine. There's nothing wrong with either of them. Honestly, I can't really say they're too close, because... But at the same time, the more I look at them, the less I see a grand difference. But I would still say I like Moko more than Kasen, but I do appreciate Kasen. I will do. I do. You don't know what I'm talking about? Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you. I cannot tell you. Uh-oh. Rikako and Kasen. The runner-ups of that fact are Hitate, Byakuren, and Sanai. Wow. So Hitate is definitely a volume issue. Byakuren and Sanai, I'm not very surprised about with those two. But Hitate and Kasen, the reason is definitely because there is a smaller amount of total in general. That's the thing. So the sample size is a bit skewed like that. If they all had the same amount of images of them, then they would look vastly different. But remember, it's a percentage based on existing images. That's all. Kasen is pretty, I'm not going to deny Kasen is attractive. I'm not. It's just interesting is all. That she's the character with this, It's just interesting is all. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to blow up. Rikako. Kasen. So, as I said before, Rikako is one of my favorite characters from PC98. I really appreciate her for no real reason. No real reason. I just like her. That's all. Really, that's it. And her magic, her science doohickey, her jetpack. I don't know. Just sucker for it, I guess. But Kasen, I do think Kasen is a great character in her own right. I like Kasen. I appreciate Kasen, and I will never mind seeing her in different works. She was just a confusing character for me because her appearances were sporadic. For me, because of her appearance in a written work, which I wasn't experiencing. So she just kind of showed up in the fighting games, and I was like, who the fuck are you? So that happened to me. Between these two, though, I gotta give it to... probably Rikako. Shinki and Maribel? That's not really a contest. How do you read the written works? The wiki. That's all I can say, though. I can't say any more than that. Shinki is a very big character, for sure. She's definitely a massive character. Definitely a humongous character. But she didn't really get to do anything with that role of hers. Literal god, creator of Makai, but her role was lost. Now, I like Shinki, but I like Shinki for a different reason from other people, I think. So Shinki is definitely a more, she's tall, she's regal, she's beautiful, and she's nice. Or maybe she's not nice. But she definitely has an aura to her that is quite strong. Me, however, my favorite iteration of Shinki is the version that is basically Alice's out-of-touch mom. Alice's out-of-touch mom, who tries really hard to keep up with the times, but she's not very good at it. So she's a bit clumsy and a bit goofy. But she really wants to relate to her daughter, but her daughter is still a bit like, Mom, please! Mom! Mom, what are you doing? You're embarrassing me in front of the wizards! Yeah, Aya's first appearance was in the written work as well, but it was Aya showed up as an additional character in 9 alongside other new characters. But with 14.5, for example, Kasen was just in the game as a base roster character, and I was just supposed to know who she was. I just didn't know who she was. Ron and Chen have a similar vibe, yeah, they do. Shanghai.exe, you know what? I have been putting that game off for so long. Eventually, I will play it. I actually forgot about it until you mentioned it there. But yeah, my favorite iteration of Shinki is the out-of-touch mom who really wants to like relate to her daughter. And even though Alice is definitely embarrassed by her whenever she shows up, she would never like, you know, she would never tell her mom to leave. She would never sass her mother. She's a good daughter, and Shinki is a good mother. They just have a bit of a corny dynamic to them that creates a bit of a comedic back and forth. But there's no negative discourse between them at all, because I don't like that idea. There you go. Is PC98 worth playing? My personal opinion on PC98 is that it's worth checking out after you've experienced enough of the Windows stuff. As far as the games go, they're not bad. Touhou 1's very weird, but it's not a bad game. Touhou 2 is a bad game. Touhou 3 is actually not a bad game at all. It's actually really cool, but it takes some getting used to. There's a lot to figure out with it. Touhou 4 is a solid game that's pretty easy on the difficulty. And Touhou 5 is similar to Touhou 4. A little more difficult, but they're fine games. There's definitely some aspects to them that feel a bit, you know, that show their age, but they're pretty fine games, all things considered. People mostly just check them out for the characters more than the gameplay, but there are people who really do like those games and still play them to this day. Marissa got a weird redesign. I agree with that. I don't know why, but it's fine. Current day Marissa's fine. All I can say is don't put your stock in Touhou 2. That game is really, really not good. It's not good. Touhou 1 and 2 are very strange games that'll probably sully your opinion. And also, Touhou 3 is the same style as Touhou 9. So 4 and 5 are like the main PC98 games that are worth playing. But again, 3 is a great game. It's just different. That's all. 1 is also pretty good, but it's also very different. Okay. And Maribel. Maribel, I don't really particularly care about Rancor and Maribel. They're characters that exist, and their stories are fascinating. Maribel gets to be a character because there's a possible affiliation with Yukari, so she does end up getting tied in a lot, and some people like to include that bit that they're the same character in a not so subtle way all the time. So, you know, it's up to interpretation whether or not it's actually the case. I don't know. I don't really care either way, but I guess I suppose that I prefer it when there's more subtlety involved than that's all. Ranko and Maribel are very popular. I know. They're very popular. They have a lot of content to them, but I blame shipping more than anything. Yeah, I just think that a lot of the times when Maribel and Yukari's connection is established in fan works, it's not subtle, and it's so in your face that it's almost like makes you want to roll your eyes. This is Frozen Capital from LOL K, Stage 4. Anyway, Shinki wins here by far. Hina and Seija. So, I mentioned earlier, I've warmed up to Hina. I've warmed up to Hina a lot. I used to be pretty indifferent to her, but now I do like her. I blame Mizusoba. He hit me. Mizusoba tried to hit me with he tried to hit me with the Hina propaganda, but all he did was hit me with Jun propaganda. And you know what? That man went on like a 3-week tirade of just Jun art. And I've never loved a man more in my life than right there in that moment. He just, like, if you look at his media tab, you will just find eventually Jun will show up, and Jun will just keep showing up for weeks. Fantastic. Hina's pretty great. But yeah, I like Hina because I think she's soft-spoken and she has an air of you know, a very elegant air to her. But then you talk to her and you find out she's not too different from you or I. She just, you know, she's just happy to be alive, having a good time. But when you talk to her, she can definitely hold a conversation. She's not like stuck up or anything. And she also has a bit of you know, she has a bit of vices to her. That's how I like to imagine Hina. She's a character whose physical appearance does not match the way she acts. but not in a bad way at all. She looks very refined, but in actuality, she's not too different from us. That's the kind of Hina I like. And then Seiya. I don't like this character. I don't. I really don't. I don't like her attitude. I don't like her personality. Her contrarian nature. When I read the Omake with her and Shimmy, I liked her even less. The idea that the whole reason she got Shimmy involved, she just went up to Shimmy and lied to her about everything, and it spurred Shimmy into action. Their whole relationship is based on a lie. Like, I don't like that at all. But, well, that doesn't matter to some people. She's designed to be disliked. That's true. That is correct. She is a character who is designed to go against things. And I don't like her, so she's accomplished her mission quite effectively. But at the same time, when it comes to like a villain character, she's not really a villain. She's more just a brat, you know? She's not like a grand evil villain or anything like that. I just think that she's kind of a brat. So I just don't really like her. She does everything, she's contrarian and does everything the way she does just because that's the way she is. Except she's allowed to have a friend because, well, you know, I like shipping. That's basically the excuse. That's basically the excuse. It doesn't matter that their relationship is completely based on a lie. A cold, dirty lie. They're friends. They're friends now. Because I know that every relationship that I've ever had that started from a blatant lie about everything that I am and was is working out great nowadays. So yeah, maybe I'm being too salty about it, but I do not like this character anymore. This character has fallen so far from me. Weren't they enemies? No. Shimmy stood in her way in 14.3 because they had lost, and Seiya didn't want to give up. No one ever corrected... See, the thing is, no one has ever corrected Sukuna on the things that Seiya told her, because no one's even aware that Seiya told her these things. Seiya told Shimmy that all of the negative things to her ancestors, like her race, it was all caused by the yokai of Gensokyo. She basically blamed all of the negatives in her life on those of Gensokyo, which spurred Shimmy into action. Nobody ever corrected her on this, so their entire relationship is based on a lie. It's based on a lie like that, and it's never ever been corrected. But that's okay because, you know, we can ship them. That's how it goes. That's okay. Toxic relationships are okay because it's fiction. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Anyway. Byakuren and Suika. Now, Byakuren is a character. Byakuren is a character that I used to not like too much because I thought her personality was just like, oh, Buddhism. But she actually has a ton of characterization that's very interesting and actually shows a little bit of how she was leading up to who she is now, which I actually really like. The thing I like the most about Byakuren is that she wasn't just a goody two-shoes from the beginning. Oh, this is a great song. Byakuren was not a goody two-shoes from the beginning. The events of her life led her to the way she was. She started as just a monk in training, and then she ended up fearing, you know, due to the death of her brother, she feared her own mortality and sought after life magic. She found a source of magic to preserve her youth, but the source of that magic required fear and faith, much like yokai. But the thing is, well, actually no, she found that. Sorry, I mixed up the details. So she found that, and then she was afraid of like losing it. So she sought out power as well, which was power based on this ancient magic that, you know, is similar to yokai. It exists as long as you believe in it. So she needed yokai to exist. And fearing the losing her power, she then ended up dedicating more of her life to, you know, getting involved with yokai. So she got involved with yokai for her own personal interests, and through doing so, she eventually, like, she learned more about different yokai and came to respect them more than when she, like, her own original selfish desires were getting her involved. And as a result, Byakuren ended up becoming favored among some yokai. She got show the job as disciple. She solved Murasa's issues. I don't really know what she did with each of them, but, you know. She's a very well-developed character, yes. I like that the way that she started. She had a life. She had a life where she was struck by fear, and then that fear motivated her in a very selfish route. A desire for strength and to maintain her strength. But as a result of that path, she ended up seeing things which changed her perspective, and she started respecting yokai more as a result. And unfortunately, the humans didn't like that, so they sealed her away. And so when Byakuren finally came back, she was known as the patron saint of yokais, because she had been through so much in her life, and this is where she settled onto to be the character she is. And that's what I really like about her. That's what I really like about Byakuren, is how you know, she wasn't just who she was at the beginning, she grew into it. Now, granted, there are a lot of bits and pieces missing in the grand scheme of her backstory, but there's still quite a lot there that I think you can use to fill in the blanks yourself. The different interactions she had with yokai over the years softened her heart towards them, changed her perspective as to why she was doing what she was doing. So she's really just a great character. Also, she looks great in leather, but that's a whole different story. That's a whole different story. That's all. But yeah, Byakuren is a great character who I think is quite developed, quite well executed, and I didn't really respect her as I should have, because some of that characterization is lost in just your initial viewpoint of her, just looking at her. That said, she does get characterization in the games and stuff, and I like when the series reveals a little bit of cracks in her perfect persona, because I don't believe it's necessarily a persona. Like, I truly believe that Byakuren is a kind-hearted soul, and has developed a kind-hearted soul due to her own hardships in life. But I also understand that she's not a perfect being. So I like when the series demonstrates a few aspects to her that kind of reflect poorly on that perfect persona, to remind us that she isn't just the perfect being. You know, she's not a Mary Sue. She is somebody who became who she is by her own course of actions. Even if there are still imperfections, she tries her best to be something. She tries her best to be something grand, you know? Anyway, yeah, I really like her. And the funny thing is, even after having said all of that, there is literally zero chance I click her over Suika. Yeah. Suika is one of my favorite characters. At one point, she was my favorite character. I love this little bastard. She's so much fun. She's so much fun when she's involved in anything. She's always having a good time. I enjoy her powers, her abilities, her aesthetic. I like that she lives life as a goofball, but she's also very wise beyond her expressions. An aspect of her character that is often forgotten all the time is that she is quite wise. She just prefers to be drunk 24/7. She's always having a good time. I just enjoy her nature. And I like the Oni's creed, respecting honesty, respecting and strength. That's a nice argument. Yeah, you see, I got this picture.
No, yeah, I get that. But see, I have the sign here.
All right. Suika's, I always liked Suika when I first saw her, but it took me a while before, like, I guess I really got into it, I suppose. I have a few Suika-related memorabilia in my house. I have a Figma and a scroll. They're good. They're good. She's a great character. I like her, yeah, I don't know, I just really like everything about her. She's a lot of fun. She's a fun character. Whenever she's involved, she's not a fairy by any means, but whenever she's involved, there's usually a good time to be had. And I think her animations are often adorable. The way she's portrayed is comically adorable. but I also respect that she is quite smart and wise, but she chooses to, you know, she just chooses to be the way she is because it's more fun that way. I like her a lot. But yeah, as I said, like, Byakunin is a fantastic character that I really, really respect. But when it comes to just, like, you know, like, it is possible to reason out a lot of different things about why we like characters that we do. But there's always an aspect of the human nature where we can't pinpoint what it is we like or dislike about something. It just clicks. You know what I mean? Like there are some aspects to a character I could never hope to explain why I like them. I just do. I just like them. That's all. I can explain a bunch of different reasons why I like a character. But there are some aspects of the character I simply can't explain, but you have to understand that they you know, they reflect positively in my mind. It's weird, because if you were to just compare about what I listed there, it would seem like Byakunin is the character I like more, but it's not, and not even close. It's just not even close. Suika is 100% a character I like more than Byakunin, but I respect both of these characters in different ways, but also similar ways at the same time. But it's crazy to me to think that Suika is such a massive jump over Byakunin despite that. Just because I like Suika. That's it. It's impossible to sum it up in proper words. I just like Suika. Streamer can't explain but can talk about it for half an hour. Yeah? Yeah, pretty much. It's just taste? No, that's it, right? I said it before, but physical appearance does make a difference. Even if people aren't too keen on admitting that kind of thing. It is a big part in deciding whether we like things or not. So yeah, some people have different tastes. Tastes aren't exactly deal breakers, mind you, but characters that have personal favorable attributes to you that you enjoy are often highlighted by a physical appearance that also appeals to you as well. That kind of thing. It tends to be a mix of both. But you got to remember that there are also a lot of times where physical appearance is all we have to go on with the character, so it's a strong point for a lot of people. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, shit. Sanai and Balloon. Hiso Tensaku and Sanai. Sorry, Sanai. So, as most of you know, Snai is not really a character that I have ever had much in the way of, like... You know, I don't hate her. I don't love her. I like to joke around with her being, you know, Green Reimu. I like to joke around with that. But I respect Sanai's character. I fully understand why she's popular. Outside of the, you know... But, you know... I understand why Sanai is popular. I think she's a fun character. She can be fun. She can be a bit of a dork. But there are a lot of aspects to her character that I see are appealing. And they don't really line up to what makes Reimu an appealing character, in my opinion. Reimu and Sanai's similarities stop after their profession. I think their personalities are both very different, which is why people can like one over the other more than the other. But you can like both as well. But they're both very different characters. And I like that about them. Sanai is a lot more studious and diligent in her work. Whereas Reimu is a lot more, you know, lazy, looking for the easy way out kind of deal. They're kind of opposites like that. Which makes them fun characters to bounce off of, for sure. So she's a good character. Sanai is a great character. I like her. I like different aspects to her. She's just not the character that you know, she's just not my favorite character is all. And I think it just comes down to a matter of, like, what I just talked about with Suika. There's just, I recognize all of her positive aspects, but for me, they just don't tick every box, I suppose. But again, if I ever see Sanai in something, I'm never going to complain about it. Sanai is a fine character, and I will respect any inclusion of her in anything. It's just, if I had the choice between Reimu and and Sanai in a game, I would prefer Reimu because I like Reimu more. That's all. Ooh, this is a hard one. Sanai is a fun character. I agree. Sanai is a fun character with the other characters she can bounce off of. She's great. She only gets compared to Reimu because of their similar profession. Well, I say similar, but they're both in the same field of work, but they're vastly different characters. Okay. Now, as you know, I'm a big Remilia fan. I really like Remilia. I will always really like Remilia. I like her appearance. I like her stature. I like her personality. I like everything about Remilia as a character. She is a great character. And the Omake text has definitely assisted on that greatly. With all the additional information. Clown, on the other hand, Clown is a character who has jumped a lot for me in recent times. For various reasons. I want to blame Left 4 Dead for most of them. Which doesn't really make any sense to a lot of people. But it's okay. I like Clown Piece. I like Clown Piece quite a lot. She is a fun fairy. She's enjoyable. I like her aesthetic as well. I don't know how the best way to phrase it, but I kind of understand why people like Clown. Or maybe I don't, but I also like Clown, so it's like I can't really say that. There's just something about her that sticks out in a weird way that makes her fascinating to watch. I really like her role in Visionaries as well. I think Visionaries was the greatest thing to happen to Clown Piece as a character. Because it allowed her to show up and expand her role. And it expanded it in a fantastic way. I like the fairies, and Clown Piece is no exception. I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it. See, they're raising their eyebrows at chat. They're raising their eyebrows at chat, but I understand. I'm on the internet too. I understand. I ain't gonna say it. You're not gonna know. You're not gonna hear it from my voice. But if you know, you know. If you know, you know. But yeah, I do like Clown Piece a lot nowadays. Clown Piece is a great character. But Vermilia has been a character I've enjoyed for a very, very long time. And I probably always will. Because there's so much to the character to go around. Iku and Akyu. Iku and Akyu. Now I gotta admit, this is a weird one for me. Both of these characters are pretty cool. I actually like Akyu a lot more than you probably would guess. I thought her role in Perfect Memento is fine. Her role in Symposium is fine. But her role in Forbidden Scrollery really solidifies the character to me. I like her a lot. Akyu is a very well-established character within the universe's Human Village. And she understands the importance of the balance of Gensokyo. And she's a refined young lady. But whenever she hangs out with Kozusu, that refined, that refined etiquette kind of slips away. And she just kind of talks with Kozusu because they're good friends. So Akyu is, at the core of her being, just a normal person with a lot of responsibility to bear. And sometimes I wonder if she's able to bear it all herself. But it's nice that she has a friend like Kozusu, so she can just, forget her roles, forget her duties, her responsibilities, and just have fun with a friend like that. That's what I like about Akyu. I enjoy her personality a lot. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I might be reading too much into it again. But I appreciate the character and everything she stands for a lot. And Forbidden Scrollery really solidified that for me. She is unfortunately, she's getting close to the big number. Oof. And I like Iku. I do like Iku. I think Iku's cool. But I don't have nearly as much to say about Iku as I did for Akyu. So I have to say, I would say Akyu in this case. I would. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. 4.5 hours later, and Ruma has appeared. Now, Ruma, as most of you know, is one of my favorite characters in the series for pretty unexplainable reasons. I don't know. I mean, I have reasons, of course. I mentioned before, I like her potential backstories. I like her fan lore. I like her design. I like her outfit. like every aspect about her, she's appealing to me. And when she puts her arm up and she smiles and she says the line, it makes me go, ha. It makes me go, ha. I enjoy the moment. You know, it's a very simple thing, but sometimes it's just the simple things in life that are the finest. Takane, on the other hand, I don't have any issue with her. I think she's neat. I would like to see more of her in further works, because I want to know more about Yamawaro society. Why am I getting an eyebrow? What? What did I say? Huh? What did I say that was eyebrow? Hmm? You can't just eyebrow me and not have a reason for it. Well, you're gonna have to explain yourself. Yeah, Takane is cool, and it makes me want to know more about the Yamawaro society as a whole on the mountain. I think her design is pretty neat. I like the idea of them wearing the camo, and I like the idea of them using airsoft guns. But Rumiya will always be... a character that I like. And it's... I really do blame Osana Reimu for it. Rumiya was always a character that was just kind of there for me, but after Osana Reimu, I guess I just paid more attention to her, and I came to really like different aspects of her. Because I really do like the fandom stuff that goes with Rumiya, with the whole EX stuff, or why her ribbon is sealed. There's a lot of fan theory there. But even just regular Rumiya, I've come to appreciate. And you know what I said earlier about how the more you like a character, the more you see every aspect of them in a positive light. That's kind of what happened with Rumiya. I guess I just really liked the different backstories that were given to her, and as a result, I ended up just being drawn to her character as she was as a whole. Because there really isn't much character to go off of anyway. So you just see more things in a positive light until eventually you're like, oh, I'm a fan now. There you go. I like well-spoken Rumiya. I like sassy Rumiya. I like big sister Rumiya. But the usual Rumiya that I jive with is the one who's just, you know, she's basically a fairy in disguise. She's just having fun with her friends, swinging her arms, having a good time. Not much going on upstairs, you know? just living life to enjoy life. That's all. But I like all interpretations of Rumiya, because they're all good in my opinion. Also, the fact that Rumiya is just the secret Flandre clone. That's correct. That's correct. I'm glad you remember. My secret Rumiya theory about how she's the secret 5th clone of Flandre, detached from the spell card. I put a lot of effort into that theory. It's a good one. Would recommend. Ron? Ron's good. Ron's an interesting character to me because Ron is one of those characters who gets nothing in canon at all. And so much in fanon. By the way, get ready for the Rumiya hyper moment with the cell phone beat. Here we go. Here comes. Ready? Bam. I love that shit. Cell phone rock. Now, Ron is a character who doesn't get to do a lot in canon due to the nature of who she is. But we see her a lot in fanon. Because, for one, she showed up in PCB. 2, she has great character dynamics with Yukari and Chen. 3, she's a 9-tailed fox. So, that's all. She's a fox girl, and she's a very powerful fox girl. So, that's a big selling point. 4, she's tall. That might be a personal thing, but, you know, I'm still putting it on the checklist. And 5, she's got big ears. So, yeah. There's a lot of things about Ron that appeal to certain people. And that's okay, because it makes enough sense to me. I like Ron personally. Ron is a cool character. But the thing about Ron is everything I know about her essentially stems from fanon and not canon. But that's okay. So Ron is a character that I think a lot of people probably like because they saw her design and thought her design was great, and then fanon filled in the blanks. Ron might actually be the poster girl for physical design. Like, what's the word? what's the word? Like, the physical design causing the explosion of popularity. Because, as I said, there's a lot of characters whose physical designs are, you know, they're fine. Momiji is another one as well. Momiji's physical design is definitely a physical design that exploded her popularity. But I think Ron is more popular than Momiji. So I think Ron is the most popular character who people saw and were like, I like that character. And then the fandom kind of crafted the perfect Ron. So there's multiple different versions of Ron out there now, so you can enjoy whatever version you want. Because in all honesty, there's really not a lot to her in canon, aside from her following orders. But that's just how it happens. That's just how it happens. Yomu's a big contender? I would disagree, because I don't think... I'm not saying Yomu's art is bad, or like physical appearance is bad, but the thing is, Yomu actually has a ton of characterization. And also, Yomu's first art in PCB is not flattering. Ron, however, is a big fox lady. That activates neurons in a lot of people. Easily. Yomu went on to get a lot of characterization. Ron continues to have basically no characterization at all. So all we really have is what has been given to us by fans who liked the design and wanted more of her. That's all. And that's okay. That's okay. Ron's just one of those characters. She's a great character. Momiji was 27th and Ron was 37th in the popularity poll from last year. Wow. Huh. I didn't know that. That makes sense. Momiji is extremely popular after all. But remember, Momiji also gets to pair up with Aya a lot. So, Momiji often gets to show up with Aya in fandom stuff as well. They have a good character dynamic most of the time. Wolf Girl, Fox Girl, Animal Girls sell this shit. That's all. We all know how this works. This isn't anything new to us. And it also has affected me. This has also affected me because I am a fan of Ron as well. Ron is definitely a top-notch character for me. I like a lot about her, physically and personality-wise, even though their personalities are all fandom crafted. But Merlin is still a fine character. Momiji is hard carry by her design. Well, yeah, because she gets even less appearances than Ron did. Momiji didn't even get a speaking role in a game, whereas Ron did. Miko and Sagame. This isn't a contest. I don't care about Sagame at all. But Miko, I like Miko. The thing I like about Miko is that she is very grand. She's a character who is she's blinding. Her radiance is blinding. She's such a perfect specimen. But, you know, once you get past the lens flare and look at her, she's like 5'2". And you just kind of look at her and you're like, oh. Like, you look at her as a divine being, but the closer you get at her, you kind of just look at her like, oh, she's precious. She's precious. But she definitely has a large stature. She's got a big presence. She's an impressive character. She's a great character. She's a fantastic character. I love Miko's poses in the fighting game as well. The fighting game, all of her animations and poses are phenomenal. She is a character who knows how to leave an impact, for sure. Her cape is sick. Yeah, I agree. Her mantle is sick. It makes her look even bigger, too. Like, look at it. Look at how far the collar is popped on that mantle. It's wacky, but it gives her such a massive presence. Also, her hair, which is... I don't know why it's like that. She carries a sword and the shaku. Like, there's so much going on to her design but it's not like... It kind of reminds me of Oku. Oku has a lot going on to her design as well, but I don't for an instant think that they're over-designed. Oku has a lot of cool things going on to reference different aspects of what she's based on in her overall design. And Miko, while not necessarily references to who she's based on, there is a lot going on to her character that kind of just gives off an aura of, like, you know, a big wig figure. Her presence is intimidating, and her getup is like... Her getup kind of like solidifies that. Like when you're looking at someone like her, you can feel that she's a big deal. She's handsome? Yeah. She can be, yeah, you can call her handsome. I prefer to call her adorable. Because Miko I think is a very strong character. But I can't help but see her as being a little bit cute. Just a little bit. That's all. 9. Oh, it's late. Oh, shit. Got 15 minutes, baby. 12% of the way. Let's go. Get to battle 75. You want to put your hand on her hair? I do want to know what's going on there, yeah. But also, you know, you can't be touching people without their consent. So, if I walked up to her and was like, "Can I put my hand in your hair?" Well, I might get, you know, smacked. So you can't be doing that. You gotta build trust. And how better to build trust than the John Touhou style? That's right. Show up, tell them you want to learn Taoism, and then 5 seconds later, just say, "I figured it all out," and then just fucking ascend right then and there. All right? Just ascend. Start flying to heaven because you figured it out. You've mastered the art of Taoism in literal seconds. And then come back, tell her how it was, and ask for a reward. And there you go. Then you can put your hand in the tufts of her head, and you can be like, neat. And then John Touhou can be on his way once again. All you must do is solve Taoism. That's all. Pretty easy. Pretty easy stuff. Anyway. Yeah, Sagame, as we know, she's, you know, she's lippy. She's a lippy girl. And, yeah, that's about it, really. I don't really care about Lunarians, and this Lunarian in particular doesn't speak, so she's less of a character than the others. But honestly, that makes her better than other Lunarians, because I hate when Lunarians speak. Kana and Daiose. Kana is a very sad character. Her Omake has to just like, she was haunting a mansion, and then the mansion owner just stopped caring, and so she ran away. So he lost his ghost girl. What a dumbass. Could you imagine, chat? You were being haunted by a cute girl, and you just ignored them, and then your cute ghost girl roommate left? Like, what the fuck? What kind of idiot would do that? I want a cool, cute ghost girl roommate. What if she cooks? I mean, she probably can't cook because she can't hold a frying pan. I mean, she doesn't even need a bed. She doesn't have to pay rent. I can't expect a ghost girl to pay rent. But, you know, it's company. It's good company, I think. And a character like Kana is not doing much else than, like, you know, saying boo. She's not, like, trying to, like, fucking, you know, rip your toes off when you're going to bed at night. In fact, if I had to choose between which of these two characters is more likely to rip my toes off when they're angry, I'd pick this one. I would pick this one. Honestly, I would. I mean, I would also pick this one anyway, because I like Daiose more than Kana. I don't know what Kana's doing. Who knows? I'm sure she's having a good time. Maybe she's hot in the SDM. She does like those big European-style mansions, after all. But yeah, no, I like Daiose more than Kana. I don't like Raisin. Oh, God, right. Forgot about these characters. I like my toes where they are. On my feet. The Touhou Collector. Ellen and Shingyoku. So, Shingyoku is not a character. He has no anything at all. He's just a dude in a hat. Ellen, on the other hand, is a character that her omake made me very sad to read because she's a character whose memory continuously disappears. That's why she, even though she is quite up there in age, she's well lived. Her memory is degraded to that of just like childishness. So she's actually quite a sad character in that regard. I feel really bad for her. Does that mean I dislike her? Does it mean I like her? I don't really know. I don't really know. But I would say that Ellen is more of a character than Shingyoku, of course. But Ellen is definitely a character that I feel pretty bad for. Yomu and Quack. Okay, so Quack, as we know, much like Dai, is a character who is not really a character, but they are described Both Dai and Quackama have been described by Zun as mischievous. That's their only real official characterization. Which makes sense, because Quackama's a little devil. I actually really like Quackama when she's portrayed in a proper way. Quackama in Busy Person is like my favorite Quackama, if only because that's the only Quackama I've ever seen. But yeah, the chicken farmer. Quackama's family runs a chicken farm. She's a little devil. She's always got a quip, a joke, or a zinger to burn onto Patchy. Now, the thing about Quackama is because of her aesthetic, a lot of people tend to call her a succubus, and succubus are not very well known for their safe for work art. You know what I mean? So I like Quackama, but I am more of a fan of not sexy Quackama. You know, like I'm more of a fan of the silly girl more than the sucky girl. Oh God, what have I said? What have I done? But Quackama's a fine character. She's just she's definitely horny bait for a lot of people. But the few instances you see her when she's just kind of like vibing and not anything not safe for work, she's a great character who's fun to be part of the show. I like her. I really like her. Why? What did I do? Why am I getting eyebrowed? I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything wrong. I was stating the truth. You can't raise an eyebrow to the truth. What the fuck? Sucky? Yeah, cause like succubus, but like a nickname. It was like wordplay. It's your fault for interpreting that as a strange, weird thing. Alright? If anything, I should be raising an eyebrow to you. Why is your mind in the gutter? Huh? Why is your mind in the gutter? I was just trying to make a nickname out of the word succubus, and here you're all thinking of, I was talking about Schlurple Schlurp. Don't you bra me? You did this. You started this. You raised your eyebrow at me from your own misconception. That says more about you than me. I live in the gutter, my guy. I'm in the gutter right now. 3 feet in the door. Anyway, Yomu, I would definitely pick Yomu more over Quackama. As much as I enjoy Quackama, I can't deny there are aspects of the character that I wish weren't so prominent, but that's alright, because there are still aspects of the character I greatly enjoy. Yomu, on the other hand, I really like Yomu. Yomu's a great character. Yomu is the most popular character of the series for 2 years running, and while I don't agree personally that she's like the most popular with my own opinions, I do understand her popularity because I think she is a phenomenal character. Mai and Quack. Mai's not a real character. Oh, this is a neat one. Alright. Motori Kozusu and Kami Shirasawa Kane. So, my opinion of Kane, I don't have anything negative to say about her, but I personally think that she is a very underutilized character given her abilities and her role in the human village. Especially when you compare her to her competition right here, who is the front and center protagonist face of Forbidden Scrollery. I really wish that Kane got more characterization because I think there's something you can really do with that character. But I have to admit, Kozusu is definitely a top pick for me. Kozusu might actually be my favorite character to come from the written works, because I wouldn't say she's like a fairy. But whenever Kozusu gets involved in shenanigans, like the art style of Forbidden Scrollery definitely portrays her in a very squishy manner. But Kozusu's just, you know, I like watching Kozusu's character arc. I like watching Kozusu get involved in activities. I like watching her shenanigans. She's a very fun, innocent, enjoyable character to watch. And she's cute to boot, so there you go. Kane, on the other hand, Kane is a weird character because Kane is one of those characters who was very blatantly flat-chested when in their reveal artwork. And I guess no one got the memo, and now she is one of those characters who is packing heat. anywhere she goes. Watch your eyebrows. I'm just stating the truth. But Kain is a character who I really feel like has been underutilized given her abilities and position. She only really shows up in Fanon when she's like with Moko or something, and even then it's like Moko's the centerpiece of the art anyway, so it's kind of a shame. She feels like a background character, which really sucks because her abilities and personality and especially aesthetic really makes her stand out among others, in my opinion. I think she's gorgeous, but she really doesn't feel like much more than a background character nowadays because of how little you see her. Yuko doesn't have... Okay, no, but look at Kane's art in IN, and look how far down her shirt shows her chest. Alright? You think Nintendo censored that shit with how little is actually being shown there. I'm serious. Straight up. Other characters are wrapped in clothing. Kain is showing off the front of herself with, like, no boob line to speak of. It's like Tokyo Mirage Sessions levels of censoring. It's crazy. Remove the thigh bone because the thigh bones are too sexy. Remove the cleavage line because the cleavage line is too sexy. Yeah, Gensou Wanderer Kain is flat as a board as well. Like, super flat. No boob line there either. Because that's accurate Kain. That's biblically accurate Kain. What am I saying? Anyway, Kozuzu. Miwa and Komachi. Alright, chat. Alright, chat. So, allow me to explain a realization I had some time ago about this character. So, Komachi is just, like, the perfect woman. Alright? Let me explain. Now, I know. You want to put your monocles in chat already? You can just wait until I explain myself. But, Komachi, one, she looks great. Alright? So let's get the physical appearance out of the way. She looks great. She's tall. She's got a great aesthetic to her. That's basically the same thing. Looks great. But her personality, she's very sociable. She loves storytelling and talking with others. She's all about having fun. She's got a, I wouldn't say tomboy, but like, she definitely strikes me as the kind of character who's more about going out and having a blast and enjoying stories. So she's very sociable, very outgoing. And her one negative quality is that she's a little bit lazy, which, come on, we're all a little bit lazy. That's not even a negative quality. That's just a fact of life. So she is exactly the kind of character that just checks literally every box. Every man's desires, this character checks. From physical appearance to personality. She's cool, she's attractive, she's outgoing, she's sociable. Like, that's every box, man. That's every fucking box. She carries around a scythe, for God's sakes. That's so cool. So you can't tell me that this character is anything but perfect. And I really thought about this, alright? She literally appeals to the male fantasy in every regard. She hits every single check mark. But she loses the Jun in the end. Listen, that's a spoiler. But I'm just saying, this is an epiphany I had some time ago about Komachi and everything about her. She really is the greatest character that Zun ever created in terms of, like, that sort of judgment scale. She's an amazing character in that regard. I've always liked Komachi because I thought she was neat, just in general. But after really sitting down, putting my monocle on, and staring at my monitor, I realized what it was about this character that was so neat. It's because she's literally perfect. She is the perfect woman. That's it. That's it. There's no flaw. There's no flaw. There's no flaw. But I'm serious. I really do think that the character is great in every capacity. I really thought about this for some reason. I don't know why, but I did. And I don't think it's, I think it's hard to argue, personally. I think it's very hard to argue that. Would I say she's my favorite character? No. That's what Shun's for. But I would say that Komachi is definitely a character, like, in terms of, like, in terms of real world, like, how would this character translate as a real person? Literally peak male fantasy character. Straight up. Peak male fantasy character if she existed in real life. Did Komachi rank high in the room sorter? I think so. I don't remember. She ranked high in the height sorter. I remember that. Men desire lazy women? Listen. You just ignored every single aspect of the character I listed as a positive and listed the one small flaw. Come on, man. You can't do that. That's cherry picking. You ignored everything about her and went immediately to the fact that she's a little lazy. I'm a little lazy. You know what? You're a little lazy. You know why you're a little lazy? Because you ignored everything else at that point I was making and jumped right to the negatives. That means you're lazy. Look at that. See? There's your character flaw, and that's the only flaw that Komachi has, is she's slightly lazy. Ergo, there's barely any flaw at all. Destroyed by facts and logic. That's right. Alright. Ooh, I like Sho. Alright. Marasa and Sho. Marasa is pretty cool. Marasa is definitely a character I've come to like a lot more since 17.5 because she's really cool, but also I've become to like a lot less because 17.5's control scheme for her is not that fun. Sho, on the other hand, is a character I have been lamenting a long time in my life. With how I think she's really cool, I think she has the potential to be so much, but she's always delegated to some kind of gag. Again, I'm saying that Komachi may be a little lazy, but she's sociable and outgoing. So it's not like she's just gonna, like, you know, be a sloth. She's not a sloth. She's not a fucking Snorlax. It just means that sometimes she just wants to sit back and relax. It just means even though she's outgoing and sociable, it means that some days she values. It means that even though she likes going out and having fun, she also values just relaxing at home every now and again. Tell me, how is that not perfect? You can't. You literally cannot. How can you possibly look me in the eye and tell me that that isn't perfect? I won't hear it. I won't hear it. Sho. Yeah, I think Sho is a really cool character who is underutilized. And anytime she does show up, it's always about to be the butt of a joke, and I don't really like that. But her design is really cool. Her theme is really heavy. And, like, there's just so much. She's a fucking tiger, dude. She's a tiger. That's so cool. She's so cool. But yeah, as far as the Myoden crew, though, she barely, like, exists. Dun 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 dun. Wish she had ears and a tail. Well, remember, the important... You know what? Actually, you gotta remember something. Sho might have had them at one point, but she decided to hide them because she's not supposed to be known as a yokai. She's a disciple of Bishamoten. That's why she's still alive, even though tiger yokai no longer exist. So it's possible that Sho is actually hiding her ears and tails. It's possible that she never had them to begin with. It's possible that she lost them at some point in her life because it would give away her identity. But I think it's entirely possible for Sho to have had ears and tail at some point. Bum. But yeah, Sho is a character that I've come to appreciate a lot over the years, and lamenting the fact that she'll never really get a proper role herself is kind of a shame. Murasa's still really cool. I think Murasa's cool. A lot of the Myoden crew is really I've warmed up to them. Wouldn't Tiger Yokai exist against Soken since they wouldn't exist in the outside world? Normally, yes, but the thing about Sho is that tigers are known about in the world as a whole. That's the thing. Tiger Yokai went extinct because Tiger Yokai were born of the stories told of tigers to Japan at the time. That's why it's said that the only animal that can stand up to the mighty dragon is the tiger. Because to them, the tiger was this mythical, unknown, crazy, like, powerful beast, right? But then when Japan finally learned what a tiger was, it was like, oh, that's a tiger. And there was no longer this grand belief. The belief and fear of tigers that gave birth to tiger yokai was no longer a thing. And if people stopped believing in them, they ceased to exist. So at this point, but this happened before Gensokyo formed. So people had known what tigers looked like. The only reason Sho is still around is because Sho is also a disciple of Bishamoten. So even though she's a tiger yokai, if it wasn't for the fact that she was currently in the position she was, she would have disappeared as well. That kind of thing. So you're right in most cases, but because this thing happened before Gensokyo formed, this is why it's the way it is. Like, even in Gensokyo, things can change like that, though. Yamabiko were endangered because people, even in Gensokyo, people weren't believing that they were existing in the mountains. Because they believed that they were just echoes. Because they're mountain echoes. Yamabikos are mountain echoes, but people assume that mountain echoes was just sound waves bouncing. So Kyoko had to lead the mountain and went to the temple to be like, hey, I exist. And she ended up reinvigorating fear in those by the echoes that recite sutras in the mountains. So yeah, there's my story. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, Sho is the only existing tiger yokai right now because she's also something alongside that. But she hid the fact that she was a yokai for so long. I just think she's cool. That's all. I will stick up for the characters I like as best as I can. But I think my explanation makes a lot of sense. I think it does. Aya and Shizuha. Shizuha is not really a character. Chat, I'm hanging in there. Hold on. It's past 10 now. We're on the 5-hour mark. I'm hungry. I want spaghetti. Let me see. Aya, Shizuha. This is an easy one, of course. Shizuha, she's a neat character. Makes the fall atmosphere very pretty. Paints all the leaves individually. She's quite the artistic talent, but she's jealous of her sister. 5 hours, 13% of the way there. I will be stopping soon, yeah. I kind of want to get to like a good number though. On. I mentioned earlier about On. I really appreciate On. I like On a lot. She's really grown on me. Definitely more than Shizuha. Now remember, once I've gone through all the characters, I definitely stop talking about them individually and things move on faster for sure. But I will get to a good stop point, I think. Yorihime and Luna. Luna's my favorite of the three fairies. I like her expressions. I like her design. I like her attitude. I like that she definitely tries to be more mature than she is, but she's very clumsy, so she often falls right on her face in many senses of the word. But yeah, she's definitely, I wouldn't call her the voice of reason, because she definitely gets dragged along in a lot of Sunny's schemes. But she definitely tries to be a little more, like, she tries to act more mature than the other ones. But she always ends up getting roped in some capacity. And she never seems to catch on to Star's lack of participation. Yeah, the chestnut mouth is great. It's a mono. It's a good one. I like that one. It's a good trope. And Yorihime. Yuma. Now, I talked about Kagero earlier. I don't have much qualms about her, but I don't care about her either. Yuma, on the other hand, is one of those characters that I did not expect to like as much as I do. I have come to strongly like this character. So much so that she was 11th place on the last sorter I did. I remember that. I like Yuma's expression. And I like Yuma's like character design. But I think it's mostly I just adore her smile. I like the sharp teeth thing and Yuma's smile, like with you just look at it. You just look at it and it's like, oh, that's great. But like, I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to think that way about it. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be intimidated by the smile. But I look at it and I'm just like, oh my god, she's adorable. But I don't think she'd like that. She'd probably hit me over the head with her spoon if I said that. But I appreciate the smile. It's a big part of her character as well. She's small and goofy, but also she's definitely got a head on her shoulders. And as being an animal mafia boss, she's definitely got a personality to her. but I don't really think about her personality. I just like her smile. But I do appreciate her character. The smile is what drew me in, but then the rest of her character. I still don't fully understand the events of 17.5, but I kind of understand Yuma's ability, and that her personality shifts towards what she's eating, so her personality can change rather drastically depending on what she's involved in. So she has potential to be a nice lady if she's having some good food. Give her some sweets and she'll probably be sweet as honey herself. But when you consume a bunch of blood from hell, I imagine that makes you a little bit grumpy as a person. Yuma and Flandre fighting in the hell of blood pools is one of the rawest things to come out of Touhou. I agree. I actually, speaking of Flandre, I like Yuma and Flandre as well. I think they're fun when they end up together in things. Of course, that together in things 99% of the time means shipping. Duh. But I like the idea that Flan has a friend in Yuma. They're both around the same size, after all. That's all. I like her. Yuma's final form is kind of scary. Yeah. Yeah, it is. She's pretty fucking scary. But it's alright. Apple a day. Keeps the scary away. Oh, speaking of Flan. Now, Minariko is a fine character. For a long time, her popularity stemmed from the fact that she was a forgettable character. But I liked her role in Hina quite a lot. She's a great character. She's a fine character. And there's definitely a few hyper fans that like draw exclusively her. And let me tell you, she's got a pack of sweet potatoes herself, that's for sure. Anyway, back to the match. Flandre, on the other hand, Flandre is an interesting one to me because I think that Flandre... I like Flandre. I like her a lot. But if you asked me which of the two characters I liked more between her and her sister, I would 100% say I like Remilia more than Flandre. But if you ask me which of the two characters I thought was cuter, I would say Flandre. And I thought about that for a little bit. I was like, why is that? Why is it these two characters who are roughly similar in their appearance? Why do I feel so strongly in that regard to why I like that one more? And I found the answer. It's because she looks like Rumia. That's why. That's the reason. That's the only reason that made sense to me. Why would I think this character is cuter than the other when I like the other character more overall? And it's because Flandre looks like another character that I like a lot. And it all made sense. The blonde hair, the red eyes, I get it. You know what? I think I'm actually just a sucker for blonde hair. I never really thought about it, like hair colors. Multiple hair colors are fine, but when I really think about it, like a lot of characters in the series, I think I'm a fucking sucker for blonde hair. I really do. Oops. That happened. When did that happen? I wonder. Maybe I just never noticed. Maybe it was a pattern all the time. I like Flandre. I will never say Flandre is a bad character. I like her and her sister a lot. I like many different iterations of Flandre. Well, actually, not too many, but I like a number of iterations to Flandre. I appreciate her character a lot. But I do like Remy more, overall. Blonde hair, red eyes, it's a good pair, yeah. But just blonde characters in general, man. Blonde characters in general. There's a lot of them in Touhou, so maybe it's just because there's so many of them. But yeah, just... I don't know, man. It's just how it be. Tojiko and Kokoro. Tojiko's neat. I appreciate Tojiko, but Tojiko's never been a character who's been up there for me, ever. I have no negatives to say about her. She's cool. But as I mentioned earlier with Kokoro, I love how expressive Kokoro is, so I have to give it to her, easily. Shion and Tojiko. As I also said earlier, Shion's a character who's really grown on me as a result of her involvement in different things, as well. Like 17.5 is a big one, so I like her a lot more than I used to. Seiden and Sakuya. Seiden is not a character I care about. She's like Ringo, but somehow even less than Ringo. Sakuya is also a character that I'm not really a huge fan of. It's just because I don't really mesh with the maid aesthetic. But there's a lot of cool characterization in the omake for Sakuya, like her age, for example. That was a cool one to learn. She is anywhere between 10 to 20 years old. You get to fill in the blanks on that one, I guess. But yeah, no, I like Sakuya as a character because I like the idea of her being... She's often described as being a bit of an airhead. So, like, sometimes she says something that seems kind of sarcastic and cold, but in actuality, it's probably just because she's a bit of absent-minded about things, which I think that's a very, like, you know, they call that gap moe, right? I think that's a cute contrast to her rather serious demeanor in some iterations, is the fact that she's a bit of a dum-dum at times, but you never really, like, the way she usually carries herself, you would think that anytime she's having a moment where she's being a bit of a goof, she's doing it on purpose, but it's actually just like, it's actually just happening to her. Either way, Sakuya, I like Sakuya's different, like, expressions. I like the Sakuya in the written works where she's often seen as, like, she kind of reminds me of like a nanny. Like, she looks after Remilia like a nanny would. She's always got a smile on her face, and she likes looking at Remilia, just enjoying herself kind of deal. But, you know, there's all kinds of different interpretations of Sakuya that are a lot of fun to work with. She's a very versatile character, and she's a very popular one to boot, because she has a lot of things about her, as well as her past. Her past is one of the most interesting things about her. Like, her past is one of the most interesting things about a character in general. Because there's so much wiggle room for what it could be. No one really knows for sure. That's what makes it fun to speculate with her. But then, yeah, Seiden is just kind of like, you know, not Ringo. Oh, Bunny. No one knows her real name yet. Oh, sorry. That was my headphones hitting my mic. Kyoko and Reisen. Reisen's a classic. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who dislikes Reisen that much. But... you know, she's probably not everyone's favorite. Reisen tends to be a lot of people's favorites early on, though. I think it's just because bunny girl appeal. But yeah, she used to be one of my favorites as well, but she fell out. I still like her, though. And Kyoko, as I said, Kyoko warms my heart. She really does. But Reisen also warms my heart. So I don't know which one of these two I like more, actually, now that I think about it. Kyoko has grown on me immensely, and that's probably because of Misty as Izakaya stan. But I've always had a soft spot for Reisen because Reisen is Reisen. She's always been that character, you know? She's always been a character. I'm really thinking about this. I would give it to Reisen. Raiko and Luis. Alright, so... as we know, Luis is, he's a cop from Madrid. Anyway, Raiko. Let's talk about Raiko. First of all, remember what I was saying about, Komachi? Well, that almost fully applies here. Actually, it kind of does. So, Raiko, 1. Beautiful. 2, great outfit. 3, most likely outgoing, pretty social, has a great day job. 4, she's got abs. Bro, she's got abs. So, you know, looking pretty good. She's got a great outfit, a great demeanor, a great personality, I assume. And she's got abs you could grind meat on. That's good. Raiko, I actually think Raiko would be one of my favorite characters if she showed up in literally anything else other than 14, because I think she is so well designed in from a physical standpoint that I would love to see more of her. I think she's really fucking cool. I think she might be one of the coolest characters in the entire series. Like, I think Moko's cool. I think Raiko is cool. Like, both of those characters I think are really fucking cool. Raiko is super cool. But she doesn't do anything. She doesn't really do anything. You know what I mean when I say cool? Come on now. DS3 got updates to servers? Oh, well, maybe it'll be up when I finally play that game. Maybe. Oh, whoops, sorry. But yeah, no, Raiko I think Raiko is a sick character who I wish would get more, kind of like Sho. But as she is, her physical appearance is highly appealing to me. And her and Komachi, you know, similar in the sense that they're both like fantastic. They're both fantastic women, and they both have red hair, so maybe there's a connection there. Maybe red-haired women are perfect. Do we have any other examples in Touhou? Are there any other characters with red hair in Touhou? Alice and Mugetsu. These are the same character, but okay. Sekibanki. I rest my case. That's a perfect character right there. Sekibanki is a perfect character. She hasn't even shown up yet. It's been 92 matches and she hasn't shown up. Every red-haired character in Touhou is a perfect specimen. That's what I've learned right now. This is the same character. This is literally just Alice in cosplay. Look, it's even the name. Alice Mugetsu. It's even in the name, dude. She didn't even try to hide it. What about Hakatia? Okay. Now, you could argue she's a little weird because of her outfit and design, but I know for a fact that some of you motherfuckers would love that. Alright? Me personally, her outfit's weird, but it's whatever. But she's great. Hikatia is great because she's super powerful. You know, like if we went to McDonald's, and they put pickles on my burger, she would be right up there, and she would let them know that I didn't want pickles on my burger. That's Hikatia right there. Also, Hikatia can have blue hair or blonde hair as well. So she's not limited. She's not limited by one color palette. Tier list based on hair color? I don't know about that. But I can tell you that the red-haired characters in Touhou are all pretty top-notch female specimens. That was a very weird way to say it, but you know what I mean. Oh, fuck, Mei Ling too? Mei Ling's not even a real character. Mei Ling and Orin. Oh yeah, no, they're good. I said before, Orin definitely, I've seen art of Orin that definitely, you know, wheels my barrel, so to speak. That was terrible, Dylan. Oh, end the stream. And Kwakama, well, I mean, it's Kwakama. It's Kwakama. Now, you could argue Orin isn't perfect because she's a bit of a grave robber. That's a problem. That's a problem. That is definitely a problem. But it's alright. At least the majority of these characters are perfect. That's all. Anyway, Mugetsu is Mugetsu and Alice is Alice. Mima Mugetsu? Mima. Mamizo and Medicine. Now, let me tell you something, chat. Mamizo is a character that I was always indifferent to. And she is nowadays, she's a character that I just don't care about. In fact, chat, I think Mamizo might be... I think Mamizo is not very popular with chat. I can think of like at least one person who has this character at the bottom of their sorter. I'm sure there's more than one though. The problem with Orin is that her nickname is literally just a longer form of her real name. Now, actually, here's an interesting story as to why Orin and Oku have their nicknames. So apparently, in like Japan, when you refer to something femininely, I think it is, you include an O in front of it. So that's why when you hear like princess, you hear Ohime. So like, you know, it's like it refers to femininity. So with Rin, she prefers to be called Orin in the same way. So you put the O in front of Rin, and it's like addressing her with that kind of like feminine respect. Same with Oku. Like someone explained it better way back when I asked the same question as to why her nickname was just longer than her regular name. And somebody explained why it was like that. And I was like, oh, that's really neat. I don't think I did it justice. But the general idea is that it's kind of like a feminine phonetic, I suppose. Mamizo is carried by being a tanuki. I don't know. Mamizo I thought was interesting. I don't like her physical design at all, personally. It, like, she just looks like Sumireko, which is a huge turnoff. And then in the fighting games, they decided to deflate her chest and make her flat as a board, which was very, like, what happened here? And yeah, really, that's about it. So Mamizo's not a character I particularly like. I never really cared about her, but the more she showed up, I found, like, I was okay with her for a while, but then, I don't know, I guess I just kind of, like, I found myself wishing that the chapter didn't have her, is all. Her Forbidden Scroll design is good? You mean, yeah, where she has the long hair and the Human Village outfit? I can agree with that. That outfit looks nice, and the hairstyle looks good. But regular Mamizo just looks like Sumireko to me, and when I think about it like that, it kind of makes my stomach churn. That's all. And then Medicine. Now, Medicine is the most unfortunate character in the series because she has to compete with some really popular characters in her debut game. She barely exists as a character in her own right and stopped appearing after her debut game as well. And despite all of that, I would still say I like Medicine more than Mamizo. Great Catfish and Orin. Well, the Great Catfish is kind of like, you know, he's kind of a special character. He's like an honorary number 1, so, you know. But we're not here about honorary number 1s. Now, I've already mentioned red-haired girls are, you know, God's gift to man, so. Oh. Evil Eye Sigma and Great Catfish. I definitely like the Catfish more. Mayumi and Futo. Oh, these two haven't shown up yet, huh? So, Mayumi I appreciate. I like Mayumi. Mayumi's definitely not a character that I, like, you know, I'm huge about. But I think she's neat. I like her theme, too. But Futo, come on, man. Futo's such a lovable little fucker. Whenever I look at her, I'm just like, you are a motherfucker. But, like, you know, she's always a riot when she gets involved in things. That's why I enjoy her. That's why I enjoy her as much as I do. She engaged. Remember, she is she is the reason that her entire clan orchestrated a religious war and lost. It was Futo's fault. Futo caused a religious war. Like, that's pretty fucking big, don't you think? She caused that. She's a gremlin for sure. But she's our gremlin. Tsukasa and Okina. Now, I actually like Okina quite a bit. I do question her methods, but I like how much of an impact the character tends to have with her her limited appearances. I think she's a very intimidating presence, and I appreciate that about her. Like, she has such a strong presence, kind of like Miko in a sense, but she often doesn't really, like, come out of hiding, I suppose. But she wants people to know she's there. Pardon me. Tsukasa's a character I still think is neat, for sure. But honestly, despite some complaints that you could have about Okina, I think there's a lot about the character with how little material she's been given that really stands out to me in a powerful way. So I like that about her. Lily! However, this is the first time Reimu has shown up. So as we know, Lily White is the greatest character to ever come out of the series. However, Reimu Hakure is also, like, you know, she's also one of my favorite characters ever because I love Reimu. Reimu is one of my favorite, if not my favorite protagonist of any series that I've ever played. Like, you know, everybody likes Mario. Mario's cool. Everybody loves Kirby. But, like, Reimu in her entire world of expansive, interesting characters still manages to be so high up there for me. Like, that's why I think she's a great character. I think she's a great character, so she stays that high, not the other way around. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But Reimu, I think, is such a powerful character in her own right to be able to stay so relevant and interesting, despite so many other characters around her who are also interesting. But Reimu is very popular, and it's not hard to see why. I like Reimu a lot. That's no secret. I do like Lily a lot, but I like Lily in more of a mean kind of way. I do appreciate Lily, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't say she's like top 10. You know, she'd probably be pretty up there because she's fun to She's fun to goof around with. She's a funny character that we've ever had. Alright. But this is going to be the last battle, chat. I'm going to click this button on Reimu, and that's going to conclude the stream. Alright. There you go. Save. Okay. You may click load progress after this to resume or use the URL. Okay. Progress has been saved, chat. That was 100 battles, 16%, and 5.5 hours. Now, I'm going to be real with you, chat. I am more than confident that the last time I did one of these sorters, it only took 3 hours to do all of the characters. What happened? What the hell happened? Why did it take me twice as long to make like a sixth of the progress? Did I really get sidetracked that hard? You talked about boobs? Listen. I did. You're right, I did. Listen, it was important. An important part of the discussion is physical appearance, and I stand by that. And I'm just letting you know that there are aspects of characters that I like, and I'm not afraid to admit that physical attraction is one of them. Listen, man. You ever see a character and you see their chest and you're like, damn, all right? That's just what it means to be human, all right? It's not like every single character I've ever known or have been into has been because of their boob size. Far from it. I don't really care about boob size. I'm more of a, you know, more of the, you know what I'm saying? But my point is to just blatantly ignore an aspect of the physical appeal like that is, you know, I can't do that. Because maybe some people do like characters based entirely on their chest size. I don't know. I'm not gonna judge. Maybe I like characters based on their facial structure. I mean, I do. Hair color, face, expressions, size. There's a lot of aspects to the physical appearance to like. That's all. It's just boobs are like the biggest and most obvious one for a lot of people. That's all. For me personally, I've never really been... A character's chest size has never really determined whether or not I like them or not. It's never been a thing that is important to me, personally. But I'm not going to deny that it's a thing that is part of the program, because, well, it is. Alright? It's a part of the program. Chat, you just wanted me to say feet, that's all. You just wanted me, the streamer, to say that he looks at their feet and judges them based on their shoe wear. That's what you wanted out of me. But somehow it's weird because I mentioned boobs. If I had said feet, bro, this chat would have exploded with fucking eyebrows. Alright? Would have exploded with eyebrows. I like their knees. I look at their knees, their elbows, their head and shoulders, knees and toes. We're all adults here, chat. We all know what the internet is. We all know how art works. We all know how the human brain works. We all know there's no secret here. All right. And you know, you can see it pretty accurately in the art to begin with. It's just important to cover all of my bases and explain what it is about characters I like. And you know, even though it's not necessarily about the chest size, sometimes the chest size comes up in conversation. Honestly, I'm not sure how it keeps coming up. I think that's entirely my fault. But you gotta understand. You have to understand. It's all important. I didn't say anything on this stream that wasn't said without purpose and meaning. Okay? Everything I said had a purpose. It allows anyone who watched for 5.5 hours to think about what it is about characters they truly like themselves. Alright? It can be their personality, it can be their physical appearance, it can be anything. You just gotta think about it. But sometimes you're not willing to admit these things to yourself. That's all. What if you do like a character because they have a big chest? Who cares? That's up to you, dog. If you enjoy that, you enjoy that. If you don't, if chest is not an impact on your decision making at all, then that's fine too. Because it doesn't matter. You know? Oh, penisy. Nice. Everybody has different parts of the body they look at that strikes the neuron. We're all built a little bit different because we're all a little bit fucking weird on the inside. That's all. That's all. We're all just a little bit weird on the inside. But that's okay. It's just the area in the front is the one that a lot of people would agree on. You know how horny artists be. That's all. That's all. But that's a chat. I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to wrap it up. Let it be known, even though I talked about it, none of it reflected in my answers. Alright? Size never mattered for any of my answers. Just saying. Size doesn't matter to me. Because, as I said, I'm more on the other end of the spectrum. Whatever activates your neuron, my guy. But yeah, that was a long time, chat. I'm gonna stop it now, though. I will resume next week. Holy shit. Size never mattered. Listen, I say I like tall girls, and then all of my top 10 last time was like short as fuck. It's just how it works. Alright? We saw what you picked for Suika and Byakuren. Exactly, right? Exactly. I listed off everything I liked about Byakuren, and then I picked Suika anyway. Well, there will be more next week, chat. Next week will be the continuation of whatever nonsense this is. Will it be as raunchy? Will it be as degenerate? I don't know. It's up to you. Listen, chat. You, chat. You are the enabler for the stream. The streamer, okay? When the streamer goes off course, the chat can either put the streamer back on course, or they can simply watch as the streamer crashes and burns. And all you did was watching me crash and burn. And then when I mentioned opinions, you said based. You know what streamer sees when he reads the word based? It's like dopamine. It's like a direct shot of dopamine when the chat says streamers' opinions are based. So it makes me want to continue. Yeah, but then you give me the eyebrow, and I don't believe you with the eyebrow. The eyebrow is all bullshit. It's all bullshit. You give me the eyebrow because you are afraid to admit to yourself that what I'm saying is correct. That's all. That's all it is. Anyway, I gotta stop it now. I'm rambling at this point. I gotta kill the recording. So yeah, next week, chat, I will continue from where I am. Battle 100. It'll probably go faster next time because there's less characters who have yet to show up. But I might get sidetracked. We'll see how it goes. I'll try my best, though.